Come. I found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come. What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come. There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come. Come. It commands obedience. Come. How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4. Drain the black gold, hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the coal, harvest the coal. About as shallow as a grave, we're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage, and Mother Jones can't help us now anyway, anyway. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us alone from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, love, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, blare metal. Here we come, oh, here we come. Oh, I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, love, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, blare metal. Here we come, oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
How come?
Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Riverboat Jack. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat.
Hello! Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, Erica. Hello, Big Bad Ardwolf. Hello, the Big G's. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, the Knifeiest Duck. Get some clothes on. Hello, Hammock. _1. Hello, Valeriana Damocles Marcellus. Haven't seen you in chat in a hot minute. Hope you're doing all right. Hello, Benjamin Kessler. Hello, what? Hello, Jay. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello. How we doing, Comrade Girl? Hello. How we doing, Werix? Hello, Brianna Arabia. Hello, Summer Lovin'. How we doing, Shimps? Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Rundo. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Salmon Moose. I've been tired, but listening along the last few live streams, totally understandable. I'm tired as fuck. Hello, Nightlight Plushie Jesus. Hello. Yeah, we've got the nakedest duck. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Eyes Rolling. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Another Cat. Hello, Hammock without the _1. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Snoggin. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, one and all. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hot diggity damn. Oh, that's right. I should probably let people know that there's a stream happening or something. Probably be good. There we go. Hello, the blood moon is rising. Fate calls. We must away into the news world, the realm of news. Let's see here. We are live from the news realm, covering politics. I don't even know what bits I'm doing anymore. I've transcended comedy to doing non-comedy. Get in the boat. Twitch. YouTube and riverboat.gg with a little picture of me. Oh, that looks like shit. Looks like I got some Vaseline on my phone. Jesus. It's just there we go. Nailed it. Just throw that on there. Boop, boop. Oh, that looks so much better. Cool. It's me. I'm trapped in the news realm. You can only free me with your eyeballs and subs and donos. Here to stuff news in your news hole. There are many news holes in the news realm. Hello, Yenzo. I heard Trump is deporting undocumented immigrants on military flights to Libya. We're gonna talk about that. Hello. I'm freeing you with my eyeballs respectfully. Excellent work. Maybe if you guys donate enough subs today, I'll change into a fun outfit that I got. The newsening is upon us. Less comedy, more holding hands through the crazy. Yeah, that's a little bit of it. I hope I'm at least a little funny. You know, if not funny looking. Hello, Travenoid. Did you see we kerplunked another jet off our aircraft carrier? I didn't see that I did see that we kerplunked another jet. I'm more concerned about the incident the other day where like 2 passenger liners clipped wings. You know, like it's getting real fucking bad out there for flying anywhere. You planning on watching the BBC Biden interview? No. Genuinely, now that he's out of office, and I just don't I don't think there's any relevance, you know? You actually look adorable and cool today? I'm attempting. Yeah, I got a fun little, like, outfit that might be fun to change into later if we get through enough news. So we are going to cover some things today, like we're going to cover Trump and Carney meeting yesterday. We're also going to cover just like what's going on with PragerU and a couple things from Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro, because we must make our offerings to the algorithm gods. Okay, those things, they do well. They bring a lot of people in the door. Yeah, you got to be careful when pronouncing the Trump Carney moniker, the Tarney. Got to be careful with the enunciation there. Trump's plan to save money is genius. We too can do this by simply not buying anything ever again. It's true, and don't go anywhere. Whew. Yeah, one Daily Wire mockery per stream, free fee to get the views in. Exactly. Exactly. They do roughly 10 times the numbers my normal videos do. So, you know, like, you guys choose this. You guys make it happen. Hello, VIP chatter explosion. Did anyone see Marjorie Taylor Greene was on TYT? I talked about that yesterday. Saw your It's Norming in America video and laughed my ass off. It's so fucking funny. Did you see the TV? Okay, wait. That was the, I knew I was forgetting something. That was the number one thing I wanted to talk about today, because it's just funny as fuck. I need this. I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Thank you, PBS NewsHour, for having exactly what I wanted. Okay, we're just gonna jump into it today, folks. Wait, did it? Oh, it didn't do the thing. I need to launch the stream deck. My bad. Whew, here we go. Also, where is everybody today? We're at like an abnormally low number of people watching. Is there another prominent streamer going right now? Peepo, That jacket looks cozy. Is it cozy? Yeah. Hey, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Steve Dories. I've actually had this for a really long time. Who's live right now? Let's see. Do 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 do. I did cover Matt Walsh defending the use of slurs extensively. I spent 2 hours talking about it. The stream is earlier than usual. I mean, the stream is actually starting late. I've just been really bad at keeping a consistent schedule. Oh, God. All right. Whew. Hello, cute dark arts. All right. Now that I have everything working, I also tweaked my audio. For whatever reason, it started defaulting to having the sensitivity up way, way high. All right. Can I slur in chat? No. I'd like to believe I offer the same benefits of 10 viewers. It's true. You all, every viewer of Riverboat Jack is worth 10 of XQCs. There we go. Yeah, there we go. To be fair, no, I went over this in my video. The reason different words are appropriate in different contexts is because social context matters. And, like, there is a different context in our society, our social, context, where, like, generally speaking, white folk can't use the N-word, black folk can. There are, of course, and we talk about this again extensively in the 2-hour-long segment I did talking about this, but, like, there are going to be circumstances where, like, sometimes white people get the pass. Specifically because, like, they grew up in, like, a black neighborhood and they have a bunch of black friends. Like, there are going to be situations in which that particular social group is going to give them the pass, and it's going to be fine. But that should not go on to say that that you don't have that pass in every social situation. Hello, Nightinghawk. And we should change that social context. It's a slur. This shouldn't be complicated. I don't know. I think we all accept slurs in some capacity. For example, I'm willing to bet most people have called someone a bitch before. I've called people a bitch before. And that is a slur against women. I've called people bastards before. That's a slur against men. It's just not a slur we attach a huge amount of weight to. All I'm saying is everything is context dependent. Everything is context dependent. That, like, language itself is very context dependent. So, like, for example, you can take a bunch of words, order them exactly the same, but if you put a comma in there, it means something completely different because context matters, right? That, like, the entire basis of language is this immense and complicated social construct in which we use signifiers that change meaning depending on social context. And that's, like, not unique to, like, bad words. That's just how language works. Hey. Those are more of cuss words. Well, okay. Let me if you're in the camp of, like, bitch is more of a cuss word, now imagine it's a men's rights activist saying it, a red pill Andrew Tate type. Is it just a cuss word in that context where they refer to all women as bitches? No, not really. Again, the context is the context there is different. It depends on the
Hey,
context.
you lovely beans, Duck here. There will be no passes given and no slurs allowed in chat. Hope this helps. Also give Jack money. BWA.
Also, very knifey duck, thank you for the $5 dono, and thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Yeah, exactly. A good example of this would be cunt. In a lot of American contexts, it would be seen as a horrifically offensive slur against women. In Australia, it's definitely not that. And we use the same language, it's just a very different context. Like you guys are just going like, but what about this? What about this? And like my answer is just gonna be the same. It's context dependent. You know, like how some words can mean many different things depending on the context. All language works on that to some degree. I thought we got through this conversation already. I feel anytime we have this conversation, I feel like I'm like stepping very carefully through a minefield. But what about that? Hey, yeah, I see what you did there. This is your next 4 hours? Please, God, no. Hello, Liza Bay. Hello, Jason Kelly. All right. Can I file context dependence on my tax return? You can give it a try and see what happens. Get back to me on the results. If I called someone a fish and genuinely meant it as a really mean thing, does it become a slur? Yeah. I mean, you can, if you get enough people to recognize a word's, meaning, like, make something mean something different, But, like, again, if you just say nonsense, like, blah, 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 like, you guys aren't going to recognize that as anything, right? When we're talking about you can make anything into mean anything, like, you have to get other people to agree that word, those series of sounds and syllables mean that thing. You have to get a group of people to agree on a meaning. Also, like, just to be clear on your particular example, there are some trans women who, if you called them a fish, would take it in the wrong way. They would consider it offensive. Is it okay that I'm not here to police your language. Just don't use slurs in my chat, please. Does me and my several mental illnesses count as a group of people? I don't think so. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Bastion. Man, I really didn't think I would get this much use out of my English degree. When I was getting my English degree, I cracked jokes all the time about how I was setting myself up for a penniless future, and I would never get to use my degree. It was going to be pointless. Turns out I was very wrong about that. Elite Dangerous honk? Hell yeah. It's very obvious when somebody is trying to say slurs. Yeah, usually. But again, because of the context. I always slur after having dental work done. Hey. There's probably content in explaining prescriptivism versus descriptivism. That's probably true. Honest question, not that I could see myself calling a trans girl a fish, but what does it imply? It's kind of complicated because on the one hand, fish is kind of a compliment, but it's kind of like a backhanded compliment. Like, at least how I understand it. And again, other people are going to understand it differently, but it's kind of like, oh, you passed so well. You passed really well at that event. You looked so fishy. You swam through it like a fish. That it basically means you passed really well, right? However, and this is where people stop liking the use of the word, it can also mean that like you passed as a trans woman or passed good for a trans woman. Does that make sense? It can also be a way of putting down a trans woman. Again, context dependent. That would not have been my... Yep, no, that is how it's used, generally speaking. Then there's the way drag uses fish for just being super femme. I think that is where it comes from. But in the trans community, there are like people who are like, oh, you looked fish, as in super feminine and passing. But then there are some people who use it as you looked very fish, as in super feminine, but you looked not passing. Does that make sense? It's complicated and messy, and it's yeah. If I'm gonna be honest, it's trans lady drama that I don't have time for. Yeah, kind of like a "you're so articulate" kind of observation. One shot, you kind of get it. Yeah, there's like an implication there that you're not. Oh, you looked like a drag queen rather than like a trans woman. Does that make sense? It's a complicated word. I'm not gonna do like a whole discussion about it. And of course, in different like queer community circles, you're gonna find different people using it in different ways. We are at the bottom of the slur iceberg. I'm sure there are lower ones, but like whatever. And again, like calling someone fishy, very context dependent, right? Because you might be saying someone looks fishy as in they look suspicious, like they are doing a crime. Or you might be using it in a kind of demeaning way about a trans woman. Or you might be trying to be complimentary towards a trans woman. Context matters. Context dependency in language is really, really important. What if they looked like a fish? Then you get the pass. You know, if you come up on Seaman, you know, the femme Seaman, don't then it's okay to call him a fish. All right, that was a deep cut for all of you Dreamcast lovers. Or maybe it's the guy from The Shape of Water. He looks fishy. True. What if they're dressed like a fish? Then you date them forever. That's just the rules. What if I'm at a fish? Okay, all right. All right. Enough of this. We're doing a segment. You guys can't stop me. So, folks, remember the other day when we were talking about Trump saying he wants to reopen Alcatraz, and he wants to do like this whole thing where we imprison the worst of the worst on Alcatraz. We're gonna make it a big bad prison for big bad people, you know, like well, one of you, I forget who, introduced a really interesting theory into chat the other day. And we're gonna talk more about that because some evidence has emerged that maybe that theory is very correct. Before that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. My editor loves it when I say that. Please help me out. Do those things. Let's get into it, huh? So, the theory was that people in Florida noticed that at the same time Trump was in Florida, Escape from Alcatraz was on TV, right? And one of you brought it up in my chat. I forget who. It might have been Hundo. All right? And I was like, okay, well, maybe, I guess. It like, that's plausible, but, you know, I don't really have any evidence about that. Well, a reporter the other day asked him about Alcatraz and his decision to reopen it. And this is maybe one of the most incredible 2 minutes I've ever seen from this man. His brain is completely cooked. And I think you might see why he's added some fuel on this speculative fire. Let's take a look.
How did you decide to reopen Alcatraz? Can you walk us through that decision?
Did I say what?
To reopen Alcatraz, how will you use it? How did you come up with the idea?
Well, I guess I was supposed to be a movie maker. We started with the movie making and we'll end. I mean, it represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order.
I'm sorry. Asked how did the idea occur to you to open up Alcatraz again? He's like, it's very movie, you know. I was gonna be a movie maker, you know. Like, oh my God, already we are off to an incredible start.
Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing, and Alcatraz, the movies.
The movies.
It's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there. It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there, but they, as you know the story, they found his clothing rather badly ripped up, and it was a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and it just represented something strong having to do with law and order. We need law and order in this country, and so we're going to look at it. Some of the people up here are going to be working very hard on that, and we had a little conversation. I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll see if we can.
She is biting her lip so she doesn't smile or laugh. You can fucking tell.
Bring it back in large form, add a lot. But I think it represents something. Right now it's a big hulk that's sitting there rusting and rotting. You look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out, it's sort of amazing. But it sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak.
What the fuck is this?
Starting with Donald Trump, this stream is well and truly off to the racists. I regret nothing.
Can we just listen back to this, right?
Beautiful and strong and miserable, weak.
It's beautiful, strong, miserable, weak. Like, what?
It's got a lot of qualities that are interesting, and I think they make a point.
Okay, so real quick here, right?
How did you decide to reopen Alcatraz? Can you walk us through that decision?
Did I say what?
to reopen Alcatraz? How will you use it? How did you come up with the idea?
Well, I guess I was supposed to be a movie maker. We started with the movie making and we'll end. I mean, it represents something very strong, very...
By the way, he's standing next to the guy who runs the NFL. That's Roger Goodell right there.
powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is, I would say, the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing and Alcatraz, the movies.
Alcatraz is the ultimate, right? Alcatraz, Sing Sing, and Alcatraz, the movies. This is literally like his brain turning to mush before our eyes, you know?
But it's right now a museum, believe it or not. A lot of people go there.
He's saying this because he just found out it's a museum. You know, like he was just told this earlier that day after he floated that idea.
It housed the most violent criminals in the world, and nobody ever escaped. One person almost got there.
I love this part of his answer because he's basically giving a synopsis of like the Escape from Alcatraz movie, right? Like he's that's the one with like Clint Eastwood in it, right? Like Clint Eastwood escapes from Alcatraz. And he's like, one person almost got there, but they, you know, Clint almost got there.
But they, as you know the story, they found his clothing rather badly ripped up, and it was a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems.
You've got a lot of shark bites there. Probably a lot of problems too. Oh God.
And it was a lot of shark bites, a lot of problems. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz, and just represented something strong having to do with law and order. We need law and order in this country, and so we're going to look at it. Some of the people up here are going to be working very hard on that, and we had a little conversation. I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll see if we can bring it back in large form, add a lot.
Bring it back in large form. What does that mean? Like, I want more people to interrupt him and just be like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean bring it back in large form? Like it's a fucking Decepticon? Like what are you talking about?
But I think it represents something. Right now it's a big Hulk that's sitting there rusting and rotting. You look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out. It's sort of.
You saw that picture that was put out, and like, there are a lot of pictures of modern day Alcatraz because it's a museum. So when I heard him say that first, I was like, that's a really weird thing to say. Unless he's talking about the picture they put out, as in not a photograph, but a moving picture. You know, he always wanted to be a picture man. He's just that old, chat.
If The Rock had been playing on TV, would he hire Nicolas Cage to further renovation? Is this the secret? Do we just need to sneak leftist media onto his television?
No,
Does TV determine policy?
No, unironically, Media Breakdown, during his first term, like, Republicans went on the TV shows that he watched, that they knew he watches religiously, and then they made their arguments there rather than calling him up. Because if he sees something on TV, he's like, oh yeah, that's true. Like, if the TV man says it to him, he wants to do it. There was an interview with Scott Bessent about tariffs, where Scott Bessent, I think it was on Fox, talked about how like these tariffs with China are basically an embargo at 145%, and like that's not for anybody, right? Because everyone knows that like 145% is not fiscally doable for any business, right? And so the idea here is that Scott Bessent went on Fox to do that interview, to call it an embargo, specifically so that Trump would see it and be willing to lower the tariff rate on China. It's like his brain is mush, and basically the spirits speak to him through the television. You know, that's where the voices are. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $10 super chat, very much appreciated. Let's just finish it up one last time.
Amazing, but it sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak. It's got a lot of qualities that are interesting, and I think they make.
It's got a lot of qualities that are interesting. What?
Make a point.
God. Anyway, whoever put that out there the other day, 110% correct. I take back all of my skepticism. You absolutely nailed it. He absolutely saw Escape from Alcatraz, and that is why he decided to reopen Alcatraz, because he's a goddamn moron who always wanted to make the movies. Oh, God. Fuck. We have another, like, 3.5 years of this. All right, we did a segment, everybody. How do you like them apples? God, could you imagine if they played RoboCop? Oh, they definitely have. Like, Trump has definitely seen RoboCop and thought, hey, that's pretty cool. We should do that. Except I didn't like the sequel, RoboCop 2. I think the RoboCops should shoot children. We need to find a way to beam Brokeback Mountain onto his TV. Yeah, every channel is just Brokeback Mountain. Can I get a ban on Starship Troopers? Yeah. The media wars have only begun. What's this word? People keep saying this word about RoboCop, my favorite film. They keep saying it's satire. What is satire? Hey, Scott Bessent, what is satire? RoboCop 2 is about how the woke stops police from doing their jobs. No, not satire. Satire. What is satire? Can we get him to move Elon's laser project to the moon if we get him to watch? That would be, I feel like that'd be worse somehow. I don't think we want Elon anywhere in space. Wait, check that. We want Elon in space. We want Elon to go into space as an astronaut. That's what I want. Hear me out. We buy the stations we know he watches, and then we run Man Us the Hands of Fate 24/7. God. All right. Folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because, folks, you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine feathered friends and non-feathered friends. Oh, you guys are making me work out a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sir, you absolutely can fly an F-16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going to your first drag show on the 17th? Have fun. What about mildly feathered friends? Also welcome. Our feathers are fine. Your feathers become even more fine when you donate to Riverboat Jack. Feather plumage becomes 25% more fine with every dono. And you get 12% better at sex. Maximum better amount of sex at 69%. Did we forget about the Trump AI Star Wars picture from the other? Yeah.
Have you heard of the
Oh God. All right. Just real quick. We're doing some quick hits at the start of the show, okay? Here we go. Boo, boo, boo. So, folks, there's this television program called The Last of Us. It's based on a hit video game. And I thought we'd talk about it a little bit with our good friend, Michael Knowles. But before we get too deep into that, hit that follow button, hit the like button, and leave a comment. Because, hey, and by follow button, I guess I mean subscribe button. You know what I mean. Hit the buttons. Leave a comment. And let's get into it. So, Michael Knowles has some thoughts about The Last of Us, and you'll never guess what they are. You'll never guess.
Have you heard of the show The Last of Us? I think I'd heard of it. I've never seen it. I don't know what it's about.
I've never seen it though. So, you know, I might not have seen it, but I could opine on it, I guess.
My producers called my attention to this clip yesterday. This is a woman talking to another woman about how to have a child.
So we're having a baby. I mean, we and also, I guess, Jesse here. It was Jesse, right? So we're all having a baby. Holy sh**. I'm gonna be a dad. Yeah.
So I'm going to, initially I was thinking about calling in Mr. Davies or Professor Jacob to explain this to me, but I'm going to try to work this out for myself.
Yes, Daddy.
Two women, I guess lesbians, are...
Yes, Daddy.
They're discussing how one of them is pregnant.
Yes, Daddy.
Now, there's no mystical explanation like in that Star Wars show for this. There's no...
Wait, is he genuinely confused? Is he genuinely confused about this?
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's not IVF, happily. It's that one of the women, who is a lesbian, slept with a man and became pregnant.
Or, you know, I just want to throw this out there. That doesn't necessarily have to happen. Like, but okay. Like, you know, like I have not also not seen the show or played this particular game. But like, I don't know, there are other ways of getting sperm into someone's bits. I'm just throwing that out there.
And the woman does not plan to kill the baby through abortion, so that's good. I guess. I'm finding...
He's confused. Bisexual people don't exist. Or do they?
Yes, Daddy.
Okay.
I'm finding a lot of glass half full here, but they're maybe going to exclude the man from being a father, or maybe the man will still be involved, but then the other woman...
This man's acting like he's never heard of stepfathers before. You know, like, this guy, like, doing all kinds of mental gymnastics around, like, various related concepts to, like, stepfather, or just, like, how you can be, like, someone's parent without being their biological, like, parent, you know? Like, that you can still be a parent without having, like, contributed to the genetic makeup of a child, you know? And, like... Or like the idea that, like, when you get married, you get like a step, you know, you get like a whole other set of parents, you know? Dude's just over here sweating, trying to make sense of it.
This is just too surreal for me.
ACAB includes Tone
Oops,
Police.
I thought I deleted Prime. Bucks.
Hell yeah, ACAB includes Tone Police. Thank you for the Prime sub.
The lesbian woman says, I'm going to be a dad.
Yes, Daddy.
I don't know what the show is about. I don't want to. You know what? I take it back. When I told Professor Jacob and Mr. Davis, I said, I might call you into the show. I take it back. I don't want to know anything about this.
I'm sorry, this is a bit. This man is being dumb on purpose to rage bait.
Oh yeah, of course he is.
There is no other explanation. Grifters get paid to be stupid on screen.
Of course he is. Of course he is. But it's still very funny.
Yes, Daddy.
I don't want to know anything about this show. I'm beginning to see the glass half full, because I guess what the show is saying here is, even if you say you're a lesbian, you're not really, and this lesbian woman slept with a man, and they're saying...
Wait, again, bisexual people exist. Even if that is the case of what happened in the show, we're real, Michael. There are people who are attracted to men and women. Something you, a married man, might know a thing about.
Yes, Daddy.
Anyway.
Saying that gender norms necessarily exist, even so much to the point that one of the women in this same-sex relationship is going to call herself the dad. It's a kind of acknowledgement that a child is best raised by his mother and his father.
No, Michael, it's just a thing said as a joke. Also, like some lesbian relationships have kind of like a they put kind of mask features onto like one side of the relationship and femme features on the other side of the you know, like it's a whole thing that happens, Michael. Like, this isn't difficult to understand. Some you know, some goth dommy mommies out there like Twinkie femboys. You know, people like different things. It's okay.
Joined together in a lifelong union. Even that, I mean, obviously that's not a mother and a father here, but they're at least pretending to be, and hypocrisy is the tribute vice pays to virtue.
No, it's called diffusing the tension, Michael. You know, something you have probably had to do many times while delivering lines like,
sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
You know, stuff like that. After you say that, you know, someone needs to diffuse the tension of a situation, because otherwise it becomes...
This is just too surreal for me.
Getting a lot of use out of these sound clips.
As La Rochefoucauld tells us. So, I mean, this is true slop, degenerate TV, and you shouldn't let your kids watch it, and you shouldn't watch it yourself, probably. But I am seeing at least a kind of hint at or inclination towards something that is true. I don't want to know anything more about it. If you know anything more about this show, and you feel impelled to tell me about it in the comments, don't, because I just don't want to hear about it.
Also, Michael Knowles doesn't like cool things. Like, why would you ever want to tell him about a cool zombie apocalypse show? Like, he's busy doing his far more interesting things, like, I don't know, tending to his beard. But Jack, he doesn't have a beard. Yeah, he does.
Yes, Daddy.
Anyway, I wanted to make fun of him because fucking funny as shit. All right, moving right along. There we go. Segment done. Adami Mommy and her twink femboy. Wait, is that Rhea Ripley's like partner for real life? That's adorable if true. It's well, I know who Rhea Ripley is, but I don't know if like the guy next to her is like her partner. I don't know much about wrestling. I'm so glad it's not the Synthetic Man vid. I should do more Synthetic Man videos. You know, I've done like one. It was awful. Good question. Do people make fun of Michael Knowles in the comments? Oh man, some of these are great. It's been super gay. Painful. You know, I feel great every single time I see comments about like, oh man, this thing that I keep subjecting myself to is very gay. It's so painful, but I can't stop watching. Like, make up your mind, you know? Make up your mind. Pedro Pascal has just been orbiting every woke film since he became super famous. Yeah, I wonder why the guy who has a trans sister who he loves very much would care a lot about the different social issues that Republicans are trying to ruin. You know, I can't really put my finger on it. Must be, you know, like I can't figure it out. But he seems to really love his sister, and like it's really wholesome and lovely. Should minorities reclaim racial slurs? Or reclaim slurs just in general? I don't know if they want to. I'm not the boss of minorities. do what you want. Here's her with her real partner. Oh, they're cute. I'm a sucker for when people sit in those really big Adirondack chairs. Like the oversized ones, I think it's cute. Pedro, my goat. You know what? Here, again, if you guys have not seen this movie yet, y'all need to get on it, all right? Y'all need to get on this.
What's the worry here, Nick? You've lost some of your talent as an actor?
No. What did he say?
He says he loves you, but he went in a different direction.
I'm done. I'm quitting acting. Tell the trades, it was a tremendous honor to be a part of storytelling and myth-making.
Ah, fuck, man, I'm driving through the hills. I'm sorry, one more time? got another offer. It's $1 million. It's to attend a wealthy gentleman's birthday party.
I would never do that.
It's the easiest gig ever. You play yourself.
What do we know about this guy anyway? Is he into something strange?
It's not like he's gonna want you to suck his dick or fuck his wife or watch you watch him fuck his wife.
I wouldn't think so.
Welcome to Mallorca, Mr. Cage.
The guy that owns this house, what's his name?
Javi.
Is Javi gonna want me to,
I am Javi.
Nick Cage.
This movie's delightful.
This place is stunning.
What is your favorite movie?
That's one of those questions that's impossible to answer. You can't just limit it to one.
Imagine me and you. I do. Don't DMC me.
Is this supposed to be me? It's grotesque. I'll give you 20,000 for it. I didn't know that was a cliff. We could have died.
I'm in position.
I think that's the actor Nick Cage.
Nick Cage, I love you. Have you seen Crudes 2?
I'm 44 years old. Why the fuck would I see Crudes 2? I've seen Face Off and Con Air.
What do you guys want?
We're with Central Intelligence. Do you know who you're spending time with? One of the most ruthless men on the face of this planet. I need you to help the U.S. government. Let's kill this. Find a way into that room, Nick.
I can see myself doing more of this stuff. I think I might have a real gift for it.
Good, because we got another mission for you.
No.
Your friend is working for the U.S. government.
Don't lie to me. Are those my golden guns?
They're my golden guns.
I don't want to kill you.
You're the last person I want to kill.
I love you. I love you.
I'm Nick fucking. Whoa, Cage!
Do you think the reason they hate LGBTQ? Every time they think about the word gay, that imagine two guys F-king.
Maybe. I don't know. Don't try to make sense of bigotry. It doesn't make sense. But this movie fucks. This movie is great. Is that Mark Wahlberg? No. What is it called? The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. All right. The last few Nick Cage movies I've seen are Mandy, Color Out of Space, and Willy's Wonderland, all great. Willy's Wonderland is not a good movie, but Nick Cage is wonderful in it. You know, like, it's worth watching just for his performance alone, because he's a delight in that film. Color Out of Space is incredible. And Mandy is also, like, Mandy is genuinely, like, maybe one of the better horror movies of all time. Long name, is it compensating? Unknown, because we don't see dicks in the film. Renfield was also really good. I went in expecting nothing out of Renfield, and it was truly a delight. How have I never heard of this movie? You know, it came out 3 years ago, and I think a lot of people just, like, literally saw the name of the movie and said, name too long, will not see. But it's really good. Oh, the Color Out of Space is wonderful. I still need to see Pig. I know a lot of people were raving about that one. Wait, every January, Alamo Drafthouse has a Nicolas Cage festival? That is delightful to know. Thank you. In the Fold, thank you for the raid. Welcome, folks. How we all doing today? Pig slaps. Okay, one question. Is Pig like a drama film or like an action film? Orezuru raid? Welcome, Raiders. Renfield doesn't get the respect it deserves. True. Sunday and Brooks send their regards. Welcome, folks. We were just talking about Rwanda. We're going to be talking about Rwanda real soon. Pig is a character piece that got advertised as John Wick for some reason. Okay, that's what I was confused about. I didn't know how to approach the movie and like emotionally invest myself into it. I just ranted about Rwanda for like an hour, weirdly enough. Is Rwanda good? Is Rwanda good news? No, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We're just doing our quick hits at the top of the show. So welcome, folks. Buckle yourselves in. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the follow button. Do the button things. You guys know what to do with buttons. Would you consider District 9 to be a drama, action, or a thriller? I'd consider it to be an action film. It's like a really fucking good action film, but like an action film. Play the button song? Oh, you are so fucking right. I'm so sorry. Click the button, folks. We got a song for it and everything. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. We need a click butt emote. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. You make it not special? You make it not special. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Do you want a click butt emote or a click button emote? A click butt. A click butt emote, please. On the butt or the button. Who can say? Hey, Priscilla, what nightmare do we face today? Well, the next segment we're gonna do just another little guy. It's a little bit more racism. The next two segments are a little bit more racism, actually. Sadly.
Warning. Racism.
All right. Here we go, folks. And remember, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. if you feel so inclined. An animated emote with a butt that clenches when clicked? Yes. I'm getting a migraine, so I won't be a kind mod. I'm sorry to hear that, Archangel. Take it easy, please. All right, here we go. So, folks, there's this guy named Michael Knowles, and he has some thoughts about the N-word. And we're gonna dive right into that, but first remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And with that being said, here we go. I'm sure his thoughts are perfectly uncontroversial. All of the conservatives this week have just decided, because of the Shiloh Hendricks case, that like Now's the time to make the argument that they should be able to say the N-word for some reason. Let's see what he has to say.
In pop culture, we are all still talking about the N-word. Now, the very fact that I'm saying the N-word shows you that this is the unspeakable word. As I wrote in my book, Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds, it is the word, thank you. It is the word that is treated with the awe and reverence with which the ancient Israelites treated the unspeakable name of God.
Okay, we are opening it up with some bold claims here. So, real quick, it's not the same at all for some pretty specific and obvious reasons. One being that most people didn't know the unspeakable name of God, like that was something passed on by oral tradition. And second of all, you can in fact say the N-word, as again cases like Shiloh Hendricks have demonstrated. People can say it. Now, what's interesting there is that there are just consequences for saying it, you know? And like Michael Knowles here is acting as if it's like simply too syllabolically, if that's a word, complex for his mouth to make the sounds. But like, nah, he can do it. He's physically capable of it. He just doesn't want that smoke. He just doesn't want to do it because he knows that there are consequences for that.
It's a fact. As I also point out in my book, Speechless, Controlling Words, Controlling Minds, taboos are real, thank you. And they just do exist. Taboos are not necessarily a bad thing. Every culture has taboos. That's a taboo in our culture right now.
Yeah, okay. Keep that in mind, by the way. It's a taboo. But it's a sacred word that no one should say.
So that's one reason why people don't say it. Then Shiloh Hendricks,
oh boy,
while some Somali kid was robbing her toddler on the playground in Minnesota.
Hey, just real quick, a 5-year-old autistic boy allegedly put his hand into her child's diaper bag. That's not the same thing as like a child of ambiguous age stealing something from a toddler. That this is not the same thing, okay? And second of all, you're still not supposed to say slurs. Like I don't care what a 5-year-old did. A reaction where you call a 5-year-old, especially like one you don't know, slurs, demonstrates that you are not safe to be around children.
Shiloh Hendricks allegedly said the word, and then some alleged Somali child rapist started filming her.
Hey, just real quick. Some not legal advice for that guy who filmed the video here. I would recommend like prosecuting some of these folks who are saying these things about you. So the story in context here is that the guy who filmed the video had charges brought against him in the past, or was arrested on charges of like sexual abuse, some kind of sexual violence. I forget what it was. But there was so little evidence for it that those charges were dismissed. They were dropped. Okay? And so like nothing about the case has been made public because there was so little merit to the allegations. It's when I say like it's dismissed, it was like dismissed in a way where like the allegations aren't even a thing. Like no one's alleging that he did that. So, just as an FYI.
her and said, did you say that word? And then she said the word multiple times, and then the internet gave her over $500,000. I think now it's
And she also said, I just called him what he was. You know, just called a 5-year-old autistic boy what he was. These people are fucking freaks, you know.
up to $700,000. So now we're all talking about the N-word, a word that we're not even saying. Piers Morgan.
I mean, if you're frustrated about that, Michael Knowles, you can certainly say it. Shiloh Hendricks shows that you can say it. Hell, Michael, if you say it, maybe someone will give you $700,000.
A true master of television who just knows how to create TV that we all have to watch. Piers Morgan invites a woman on to debate the use of the word, and it goes about as you would expect.
Do you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
Hmm?
Oh, wait. Okay, that's that lady who went viral for saying the N-word, right? No pre-Watcherino, right? But like that's what this lady's famous for, right? Wasn't she like doing like a cooking video and she said like the N-word on like Instagram? I genuinely thought I would never see her again. And the fact that she's showing up again as like the N-word saying expert now, like the white N-word saying person is very, I hope she's really happy with her career. I can imagine nothing more pathetic than that. You know, like her entire job now is just being invited onto shows to say the N-word. Is she a Turning Point USA speaker? Is she really? Is she still a trad wife influencer? That's fucking nuts.
I do, quite frequently.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, well, if you use the N-word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech.
Dog, like, yeah, I guess I am. You know, like we're rapidly getting to a point, sadly, where like shaming these people is no longer really going to work because folks like her just don't care. You know, like they don't suffer any consequences, or they've already suffered all of the consequences of social ostracization. And so like they just go, fuck it. You know, this is what I got to do now. I would not like the spiciest cameo possible in this particular moment. Please and thank you. I would not like that.
Real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being attacked on all fronts. They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying
she's like evil Fox News Sansa Stark. It's weird.
Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to be
thing.
clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N-word?
People.
When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Cinema.
This is the first time in maybe 5 years that Michael Knowles has experienced an erection, clearly. Jesus Christ. Like, imagine being this gleeful about saying the N-word. You know, like, he's just like, tee-hee-hee, she says it. Like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
This is the Martin Scorsese meme. TV, this is good. Man, is this good TV. You gotta give it to Piers and to this gal, Lily. I don't have her exact name. Lily something or other.
This gal, this classy woman, fuck? These people, like, again, we're rapidly getting to a point where, like, social ostracization mechanisms aren't going to dissuade these people. Like, they're gonna have to actually, like, experience, like, economic consequences of some kind, you know? Like, like, I don't know how we fix this. These people need to be shamed to the ends of the earth.
Brother who went viral, by the way. This just shows you what great TV this is. Piers has her and he goes, we're all debating the N-word. Would you ever say the N-word? This girl only went viral for saying the N-word in this video.
That, I mean, oh God, we do not need to see the video where she says the N-word, dude. He's like so gleeful about it. But again, yeah, Piers Morgan knew what he was doing when he was booking her. Like, she has one job, and it's to go on a show and say the N-word.
She said, by the way, the producers tell me her name is Lily Gaddis. So she went viral, as do many young women on TikTok, for, you know, being kind of outrageous and demanding attention. And she got the attention she demanded, so that's fine. But notice here, she's using the word in a way that has nothing to do with race, right? She's using the word truly as it is used in rap songs and as it is used in pop.
Nah, I don't think that's how she's using that word. I don't think most rap songs are dropping the hard R, frankly. I don't think most rap songs are doing that. At least not with a white lady talking about black folks.
Pop culture. Two mean fellas. Two mean guys. Two mean buddies. I'm dating those broke fellas. That's
not the context of that clip, Michael, and you fucking know that.
It has, the way she's using it in that video has nothing to do with race. But she got a lot of blow.
Okay, here's my hot take. I don't think you can say it with the ER and not mean it some way about race. You know, I have never seen or heard a white person who does the ER end who wasn't a virulent racist.
Blowback for it. And then she doubled down. And now that's her thing. Now that's what Piers Morgan calls her to talk about, and then pretends like he doesn't know that she supports using that word. She's kind of backed herself into a corner.
This word that's a racial slur is not known for its association with race.
To defending the word on racial grounds, when in fact the reason she went viral in the first place is to use the word colloquially and say, hey, look, if you're using this word in an innocent way, like, you shouldn't have your life ruined. It's not that big a deal. The taboo is too intense for this word by any reasonable standard. Which is,
I don't think that was her point, man.
It's a fair point that she's making, that she is implicit.
Oh, it's a fair point, is it, Michael? So why don't you give it a shot? Do your part to destigmatize the word. God. Michael could not be more hello, fellow kids. Yeah.
Making in the first video. In the second video, it's a less reasonable point when she says, yeah, I call black people this word all the time. And whenever it's appropriate. When's it appropriate? Whenever I...
Also, Michael, hey, maybe those two ideas are connected. You know, maybe the first video and this video with the same person saying these things might have some kind of through line through them that connect the two of them together. You know, maybe. I'm just throwing it out there.
This man's name is literally no less.
I know! He sucks! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate your support.
I feel like that's when it's appropriate. This is kind of, tyranny of the will, voluntarist vision of using words. And she's backed herself into a corner. And this is a political issue because I find that conservatives have backed themselves into a corner on the N-word and on all of these discussions. And actually, you know how I hate to say I told you so, and I've mentioned my book twice now today on the show. I wrote my book largely to prevent conservatives from backing themselves into a corner here. Because now this debate, once again, is about free speech. But as I mentioned, the first time around, when we were talking about Shiloh Hendricks, when I was defending people who donated to her, when I was
defending all of the virulent racists with their dog whistle ass names like Johnny Rebel and various combinations of racial caricature names. When I was defending all of those people as definitely not being racist and merely free speech activists.
Pointing out the cultural context and grievances that led to this interaction on a playground. I pointed out, not one person is seriously defending calling a 5-year-old kid a racial slur.
You know, that's not the impression I got from the first 5 minutes of this video. You know, like I'm not getting that from the first 5 minutes of this video, Michael, because you yourself are like, that child stole from a baby, and she's said the word a bunch of times.
So bad, every one of them.
They really do. Like, there is like a handful of core ideas for the modern conservative, and it's like, don't be gay. You know, be terrified of coming across as gay. Really want to say the N-word. And like, I don't know, you know, the peak of masculinity is dying of black lung at 33. Okay, like those are the 3 core ideas in modern conservatism right now. God. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs. Keeping the boat afloat. Appreciate you. Also, we literally just saw another woman who's just like, yeah, I say the N-word all the time. I'm pretty sure she would also be fine saying the N-word to a child. In fact, she might see Shiloh Hendricks going so viral that she might actually go find a child to call the N-word. Like, she's that much of a freak.
That has nothing to do with the Shiloh Hendricks story. That has nothing to do with the GoFundMe. That has nothing to do with any of it. Right now, go to donewithdebt.com. There's a lot of talk about government.
Man, imagine having your ad read on this particular video. Imagine having your ad read on this video. Oh, God. No wonder the Daily Wire can't keep itself afloat these days. I wouldn't want any of my ads run on this. Holy shit. All right.
Tension, just as Metcalf now, full of done with debt, racial double standards, and mass migration. That's what it's about. And the huge influx of Somalis into Minnesota, which creates racial and cultural tension, just as
it doesn't create racial and cultural tension. It's actually totally fine. I actually live in an area where there are a lot of like Somalian immigrants, and like they're totally fine. There's not never had an issue. There's no racial and cultural tension here. Like I can't even. It's so bizarre because like there are several that live in my building, right, that I like pass on like a almost daily basis, and like they're really nice. Yeah, I guess that's true, Gransom. There's only tension if you're a racist. That's true. That's true. Important caveat.
This would occur if you had a mass influx of Minnesotans into Somalia. That's what it's really about. This debate that we're having right now, that Piers Morgan has exemplified so beautifully, is not about free speech. Because you could say, hey, what if I use this word, this really naughty word that you're not supposed to say? What would happen then? And you say, well, it would probably be shocking, because that's the unutterable word, so it would shock people.
Well, I mean, if you said it, it's not unutterable, is it, Michael?
And it would even probably be pretty funny in a lot of contexts.
So say it.
But it would be vulgar, it would be impolite, it would be ill-advised.
Oh, okay, so it's like saying the word fuck. It's exactly like saying the word fuck. It's vulgar, impolite, you know, maybe a bit shocking, but it's not. But that doesn't seem to get at the whole totality of it, does it, Michael? That's so strange.
If you're a lady, it wouldn't be very ladylike, so I'd avoid saying it.
Wait, you'd avoid saying it because it wouldn't be very ladylike? Michael, is there something you're not telling us?
Yes, Daddy.
Oh.
And then the person would say, well, what? You don't support free speech? Absolutely.
Well, also, the arguments you just provided aren't really that compelling a reason to not say a word. Plenty of people say words that aren't ladylike or aren't polite or might be a bit shocking or like might be rude, but would also be very funny. Like I don't know, like someone could say the word queef. Like that's a shocking word. That's rude, I guess. Like, but I can still say it, right? Like I just said it on my stream just now. I talked about queefing on my stream. And I just have to say, there seems to be something different between saying that.
This is just too surreal for me.
Forlord79, thanks for the 100 biddies. Like, your argument isn't very strong around not saying the N-word here, Michael. That's all I'm pointing out.
I'd say, no, I don't. Because that's a lib thing, and I'm a conservative. So no, I like standards and norms.
Standards and norms, like not saying the N-word? Okay, for those of you asking just in chat, just real quick, this is the top result of when Googling the term queef. All right. So there you go. I hope that clears it up. Just real quick.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, excellent. His face.
And there's no such thing as absolute free speech because every culture has taboos because we're human beings. Oh, so then what should we do? What should the conservative response to this be? Should we play along with the ridiculous racial double standards and taboos that the left has installed over the last 30, 40 years?
Wait, what's ridiculous about it? Because what's really interesting here, Michael? I can't help but notice that in your entire video, you haven't actually talked about what those double standards are. Can you elaborate on those, Michael? Because you're just kind of like vaguely alluding to them without actually elaborating on them. And that seems to be a major weakness of your argument because you're just kind of going like, you know how they are without actually going into the arguments or even positions of people on the left related to this word and how it's used. So that's interesting to me.
No. Even on the matter of the N-word, the phrase the N-word pops up in the 1990s. It's around the O.J. Simpson trial. And who was the guy who got beaten? Rodney King. It was about Rodney King and O.J. Simpson. And specifically O.J. Simpson. Before that, the New York Times was just writing the word out. N-I-G-G-E-R was just right down there in The Gray Lady. The N-word comes up like 30 years ago. But it does actually become a new taboo. Does this mean that should be the one unutterable word and we should go along with the left's standards? No. But likewise, it doesn't mean that we should eradicate all standards entirely. I don't
like. Can we just like pause for a moment and really acknowledge that he's just like, yeah, this thing was invented in the 90s, and before that, they would just write it out. So really, it's just this really recent development. Oh, okay. So if it's so recent, Michael, that it doesn't deserve respect, and it's so, you're just giving the same reasons to not use like other like curse words or cuss words or what have you, then like say it. clearly not that bad. This entire video, you've just been minimizing its impact. So, like, say it, dude.
Want women speaking like sailors. I don't even think men should speak like sailors, not in public at least.
Yeah, unless they're, a certain kind of sailor that Michael likes.
There are plenty of words I wouldn't say on this show. Many, many words, because I try to make this a wholesome family show, okay? So there are a lot of words. I'll use euphemisms. I'll speak around them. All people use euphemisms. And we use euphemisms to soften harsh realities, and the left uses euphemisms to deny and invert realities that they don't like. But it's okay to call a woman of a certain age, to call an old woman a woman of a certain age is perfectly reasonable. That's a polite thing to do. To call a man a woman is the wrong thing to do because it's lying. So the conservative response.
I mean, you know what? I agree with Michael Knowles. I'm very anti-lying, which is why I am completely and utterly against calling Michael Knowles a straight man. I'm just very against lying, okay?
Response to this should not be to go along with the left's standards, and the conservative response should not be to blow up standards entirely. It should be to defend appropriate standards. There should be words that are taboo. There should be things that we discourage and punish in society, at least at a cultural level. Those should be things like sacrilege. Those should be blasphemy. Those should be things like vulgarity, profanity. Those should be things like threats and obscenity and fraud and libel and slander and all the things.
You mean like you did one of those things earlier when you said alleged pedophile or alleged sexual pervert? Something about the guy who took the video. You did one of those things earlier, Michael. Should you be punished? Have you been a bad boy?
That we traditionally have suppressed and discouraged. And the true taboos.
And as we know, you can suppress and discourage anything if you try hard enough. Why, I'm a living example.
Taboo is a religious term. The real taboos should pertain to religious things. But these days, we're allowed to and encouraged to profane religious things. The only thing we're not allowed to...
Dude, should you be prosecuted for being in the gay student films you were in? Where you depicted being like a gay seducer? Like not just like a gay character, but like a character whose job it was to be like, I don't know, seductive towards other men and then like fuck them on camera. Like, is that something you should be punished for tempting the youth, Michael? I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
Talk about or the left's hobby horses. Those are what have become but we should have taboos. We should encourage, especially ladies, to talk like ladies. Okay, but men too. Men should talk like gentlemen.
But men too. Men should also talk like ladies.
And we should just say, no. There are good things. There are bad things. We should discourage the bad things. We should promote the good things. But they got to be really good and really bad, not just some social engineering scheme cooked up by the left to push whatever racial or sexual agenda.
So the N-word doesn't quite cut it in that respect. I get for Michael Knowles, I guess. Dude is so desperate to say the N-word. It's ridiculous. Every single one of these clowns is. Every single one of them. It's ridiculous.
Fantasy they're trying to push that week. That should be our policy. I'm tickled.
Oh God, I clicked on it.
No! Free speech dead.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, whatever racial policies the left is pushing with its language policing of things like the N-word. God. Why is Mr. Knowles' suit so hideous? Why does he have to wear such a gross suit? I imagine it's to try and blend in with his fellow heterosexuals. How do you do, fellow hets? I mean, also just, somewhat related. Can we just like really take a moment to like ogle the complete lack of like artistic value and the complete weirdness of his like show banner. You know, like I don't know, Michael. I don't think you're beating the allegations. Let me just put it that way. Let's move on. Are those jeans? No, those are trousers. Why is he using the Dunkin' Donuts colors for the text? I don't know. Maybe he really likes Dunkin' Donuts. America does run on Dunkin' after all. Is that pegboard? No. It's like the god-awful, like, color scheme he decided to use for his show. Which is like tan and bright magenta and the like a rust orange. It's gross. He's ripping off the Wes Anderson aesthetic. Not very well. Anyway, Michael Knowles, desperate to say the N-word, panting, absolutely livid that he can't say it. I don't know. What did you guys expect? I certainly expected nothing different. And with that, we're moving on, baby. Hello, folks. How we doing? How we doing? We have now been going for an hour and 50 minutes. If you are having a good time, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And help out the stream. Consider dropping those those things that help me live. You know, those things. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I could not make it happen without you guys. We couldn't be just powering our way through content today. If you guys drop enough subs and donos, maybe I'll change into my special outfit that I bought for fun. Get jacked? All right, Van Briggs. Keeping me on my toes. I don't neglect leg day, but I do neglect arm day. 2, 3, 4, 5. Mandaquarian. Ooh. Is it latex? Nah, it's vinyl. 2, 3, 4, 5. But I will hopefully have a latex outfit later this year for an event I have to go to. Whew. Did you hear about how people are using the Public Square app? I don't know what that app is. Is that the like Trump supporting businesses app? Because if so, I have heard about that. They are avoiding those businesses. Your bun looks fancy. Thank you. I didn't try. If it was latex, Jack would take all stream. No, I wouldn't make the stream late by putting on all that latex. I would just put it on before stream. And then you guys would have to listen to it flapping around the entire time. I heard somewhere that Ben was apparently the only Daily Wire head to not defend Shiloh, apparently. Yeah, because, like, I don't know, that's probably a bridge too far for even Ben, and, like, the rest of the network tries to toe the line that they know they have with their audience. Oh, I have lots of lube for latex. Don't worry, guys. I kind of feel sorry for these sad guys at the Daily Wire. Don't feel sorry for them. I'm sure they're paid very well. At least the main ones. I haven't checked in on Brett Cooper lately. I was thinking about doing that today, but I find her like really difficult to watch. Like I find her really irritating. Like to the point where she just makes me mad. Do we have any BWA energy out there? BWA? BWA! 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 Does JD now supports Europe? Pfft, who knows? Brett Cooper, is that the poop lady? I mean, she probably poops. Melanie Mack's also not the poop lady. Melanie Mack is the butter lady. Caitlin Bennett is the poop lady. That's true, Alan Smith. All right. You guys ready to jump into another segment? We're just going through them. All right? We're going through them today, folks. Also, I forgot to turn on live chat. That's silly of me. I'm sorry if I missed your messages, chat, in YouTube. All right. So, folks, it's been a little bit, and I've had this on the back burner for a while. This video came out about 2 weeks ago, and I just looked at the view count out of the corner of my eye. This is not like, I did not prep this as a bit. This is not like a thing that I holy moly, just real quick. So we're about to cover a video titled "Why Are Black Crime Rates So High?" Ben Shapiro, a channel with 7.23 million subscribers. Who wants to guess how many views this video has? Who wants to guess? How old is the video? 2 weeks. Ding, ding, ding. Alan Smith, it has 30,000 views. Do you know how cooked you have to be to have a ratio like this? Do you know how cooked? Like, that's crazy. Like, their channels must truly be struggling. How many comments? Only 2,000 likes. I guess it's age restricted. But like, damn. Oh my god. Please. Please. There we go. This video makes sense to junior high kids, but not to adult Democrats. Trigger warning, facts and statistics may upset you. It's more than absent fathers. It's definitely the culture that's often glorified in Black America.
I grew up with both parents married, military household. We always lived in predominantly white neighborhoods. My parents were intentional with the company music culture we participated in. I was in college when I got to see black culture firsthand and how it shaped the behavior and character of my peers. My husband and I are intentionally raising our children the same way I was raised. Cool stuff. It's just a bunch of people saying racist garbage. All right, jumping in. We're time traveling back to 2016, baby. Let's go. Also, remember to like, comment, and subscribe because it helps the channel out. You silly billies. Here we go.
This episode includes discussions and depictions of sensitive historical events involving racial violence. The material is presented for educational and documentary purposes to provide context and insight. Viewer discretion is advised. You've been told that black Americans are being violently victimized by white Americans.
White supremacy.
White supremacist. White supremacist terrorism.
Wait, by cops. Wait, predominantly by cops. I'm sorry, it's weird to leave out the qualifier of who's doing, like, the terrorizing. It's the cops.
Supremacy.
White supremacy.
White
groups.
supremacy is waging.
And yeah, also cops and white supremacist groups. Yeah, they do terrorism against black people, Ben.
War against us.
Every major media story about interracial violence of the last 20 years has featured a black American being harmed by a white American. You know their names: George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, who was shot by the cops accidentally when her boyfriend started shooting.
You know, for a guy who claims to be in favor of small government, he certainly seems to be totally in favor of armed government agents gunning down people without due process.
Cops. Trayvon Martin, who was shot by a Hispanic man under disputed circumstances, but close enough. Whenever a black person is
close enough? What? He's a fucking child.
Shot by a white person, the media are all over it. Joe Biden does press conferences and invites the victim to the White House. Benjamin Crump shows up on CNN and MSNBC to complain about the inherent victimhood of black existence in America. 20 million people go out in the streets to protest in the middle of June 2020. Joy Reid sets her hair on fire. Here's the statistical reality. White Americans are significantly more likely to be victimized by black Americans than black Americans are to be victimized by white Americans.
Yeah, but, you know, this is how you're arriving at this narrative, though, Ben. We're not talking about just white people on average when we're talking about who's doing the violence here. We're talking about cops. Cops disproportionately killing black people. Agents of the state kill black people. That's a big problem, in my opinion, when we have disproportionate use of violence against certain minority groups. I think that's a big problem, regardless of the minority group, actually. How does he not know he's a racist? I mean, he knows. He's written stuff like Arabs like to live in sewage. So, like, he knows he's a racist.
When it comes to violent crime, the stats are not close.
Wait, can we go back? I missed the hair comment. Wait. Joy Reid sets her hair on fire?
White Americans are significantly more likely to be victimized.
I'm not connecting anything with that comment.
By black Americans than black Americans are to be victimized by white Americans when it comes to violent crime. The stats are not close. Now, let's start with a simple fact. Nearly all crime is intra-racial. White on white, black on black, Hispanic on Hispanic. The only group for which that is not true is Asian Americans. But when it comes to black versus white crimes, or white versus black crimes, black Americans are far more likely to be perps than victims. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, citing the National Crime Victimization Survey.
By the way, I love that he opened this video by saying, like, warning, trigger warning, we're gonna use the footage of like historical crimes and stuff. And literally the video is just like using like clips and background images of like violence for no reason. That's not educational, right? Like when
in 2019.
Sorry, like when he shows like this and is just like speaking over it and not talking about it specifically, like this is not for educational purposes. This is for like propagandistic purposes. You know, like this is not educating us on anything about this incident. It's just be afraid, be afraid. It's just racism.
According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, citing the National Crime Victimization Survey, in 2019, there were 562,550 interracial crimes concerning blacks and whites. 89,980 of those crimes featured a white perp and a black victim. 472,570 of those crimes featured a black perp and a white victim. In other words, 84% of violent interactions involving black and white people involved black people victimizing white people.
I wonder why that might be. Even if we just take these statistics at face value. I wonder why that might be. Might there not be some pretty compelling underlying facts that would lead to this particular kind of outcome? Maybe we'll talk more about that as we go deeper into this video. Because clearly, I mean, Ben Shapiro's a smart guy. There's no way he would massage statistics or perhaps not really address the underlying concerns.
That's not a statistical aberration.
Also, just real quick, where did he get this from? Crime Victimization Survey. Cool.
84% of violent interactions involving black and white people involved black people victimizing white people. That's not a statistical aberration. A common argument that you hear all the time is that, well, maybe the problem is that when white people attack black people, or when black people attack white people, that maybe not all of it is getting reported. Maybe it's a reporting problem. Well, this is why murder is a useful statistic, because murder is always reported. There's an actual dead body. You can't hide behind dumb arguments about white crime being underreported or black crime being overreported when it comes to dead people. Every year, the number of whites killed by blacks...
Wait. Yeah, you can. Some dead people get more coverage than others. Wait, like that's objectively true. We don't know the name of every person murdered because some people get more coverage than others because of the circumstances of their deaths.
Exceeds by a factor of about 2 the number of blacks killed by whites. Let's take 2019. According to FBI statistics, there were 3,299 white Americans.
This feels like propaganda. Well, one, it's good that you have a gut feeling telling you that this feels like propaganda because it absolutely is. And two, Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire are literally funded by billionaire Republican donors. So like that their purpose is to produce propaganda, right? Like that's like, it's not an exaggeration or like a knock. That's just what it is, you know?
Murdered that year. 2,594 of them, 79%, were killed by white perpetrators. 566, 17% were killed by black perpetrators. Now, 2,906 black Americans were murdered that same year. 2,574 of them, 89%, were killed by black perpetrators. 246, 8% were killed by white perpetrators. Compare those two numbers. 566 white Americans were killed by black Americans. Only 246 black Americans were killed by white Americans. Now, let's adjust for population size.
Except, again, when people are talking about these issues, Ben, they're not talking about the average threat of the population. They're talking about the threat of the fucking police. You know, the agents of the state that are empowered to kill you. That's the problem we're talking about. Just notice this editing decision. White people, color photos, smiling. Black people, black and white photos, no smiling. Yep.
Because it turns out there are
because this entire video is steeped in racism.
A lot more white people in America than black people. So, generally, you'd expect to see, if all the other factors were equal, a lot more white on black crime than the opposite.
I think I know where he's going with this, but I want to know
how he explains the stats looking the way they are. That's what I'm curious about here. Because, again, I've been covering politics for a while now, okay? Like, racists constantly, like, dog whistle with, like, 1350, and it's, like, 13% of the population commit 50% of, like, the violent crimes. That's what they throw out there, okay? It's from, like, an old data, but, like, that's what they throw out there. And, like, that data, despite being old, was at one point true. But the question is, how do you explain that data? Because racists explain it by saying it's an inherent quality of black people. Black people are just inherently more violent. If you go deep into their circles, they'll talk about like the warrior gene that just makes black people inherently more violent, or some nonsense like that. It's just eugenicist bullshit most of the time. You know, basically half a step away from phrenology. And like, they will usually portray it as in one of two ways. It's either something inherent to like black people genetically, or heavily codified into black culture. And so the culture is what is making them all inherently violent. Except that that's not really the case, and we'll talk more about it, because Ben usually historically goes down the route of like culture, but then he usually stops, right? Usually stops when he is talking about the
if Ben Shapiro cites the bell curve,
culture.
I will donate another $10. Calling my shot now.
I don't think Ben is going to cite the bell curve. But I think Ben is just going to say it's the culture and not talk about it anymore. Like, his answer is going to be, it's black culture, full stop, the end of discussion. But that's not where the discussion ends, because you have to, like, if you're going to talk about the culture, you have to talk about the elements that shape the culture, right? You have to talk about, like, the socioeconomic realities black people have been subjected to and live and grow up within to this day. Like, you have to talk about that, because then you start getting into more universalized understandings of how crime happens in the first place, in a way that is not specific or unique to black people or African Americans or any one given culture. It is a general way human beings behave when facing poverty and discrimination. But we'll get into this. Okay? Let's see. Also, Jess, the survey is from like the U.S. government. They take a random sampling of like 250,000 different crime reports. So like, it is filtered through data collection done by police agencies. So there is bias in that regard. But like, generally speaking, I'm not going to take a huge amount of issue with like the data being collected here.
There are about 235 million white Americans. There are about 47 million black Americans. This means that 1 out of every million white Americans killed a black person. By contrast, 12 out of every million black Americans killed a white person. The disparity between the stats is perfectly obvious. The reason that crime is currently wildly underpoliced in major democratic areas is because the left will not acknowledge reality. Way better to pretend that the criminal justice system is...
By the way, can we just like take a moment here and be like, the left will not acknowledge reality. But like, you're also not acknowledging reality. You're just saying this is what reality is over a bunch of videos of like black people doing violence. Like, that's also not reality. That's the propagandistic like lens through which you are trying to present your argument. And if you need to do it that way, your argument isn't very good. Okay? Jack, you assume he's gonna... But like, I'm not discussing this with Ben Shapiro. I'm discussing it with you guys. I'm discussing the contents of this video. I'm using this video to make my points.
I know Ben Shapiro's not going to be a good faith actor here.
Discriminatory than to acknowledge the obvious truth, disproportionate crime among black populations. But ignoring that problem doesn't make it go away.
These people
It
are
makes
from
the
another country even.
What? I mean, thanks for the $5 dono, but you might want to clarify what you mean there, because that in this particular context, as we have been discussing, context matters a fucking lot. It's a weird thing to say.
problem worse, and the people who generally suffer are not white Americans, they are black Americans. According to Alan Beck of the Bureau of Justice Statistics, quote, relative to their share of the US population, 60%, white people were underrepresented among offenders in non-fatal violent crimes overall, 52%. They accounted for 45% of offenders involved in aggravated assault and 31% of offenders involved in robbery.
Are police in other countries just as bad as they are in America, or is that unique to us? Depending on the country, they're either better or worse. There are other countries with significantly worse police forces. But there are also countries with significantly better police forces. Ours suck pretty bad, though.
Black people were overrepresented among offenders in non-fatal violent crimes overall, 29%, relative to their share of the US population, 13%. Half of all offenders involved in robbery, 51%, a third.
Ah, there it is. Ben Shapiro doing the good old 1350.
Involved in aggravated assault, 34%, more than a fifth involved in simple assault, 23%, and rape or sexual assault, 22%, were black. According to Pew Research Center, black men...
I genuinely can't believe that he engaged in the same kind of 1350 bullshit, dog whistling. But, I shouldn't be surprised, and yet I kind of am. But all right.
Are the most likely to go to prison. There were 2,272 inmates per 100,000 black men in 2018, compared with 392 inmates per 100,000 white men. In 2018, black Americans represented 33% of the sentenced prison population, nearly triple their 12 to 13% share of the US adult population. Whites accounted for 30% of prisoners, about half their share of the adult population. According to another study printed in the journal Science Advances, quote, lifetime risk of imprisonment for black males rose from more than 1 in 5, about 20% in 1986, to nearly 1 in 2, about 49.6% in 2004, before falling to roughly 1 in 6, 16.2% in 2016.
It's really interesting that a lot of these stats are older, especially considering 2016 was 9 years ago. What happened in the intervening time? That's so weird. I've seen those clips before. The right have used them to make it look like American black people are more violent. They're not from this country. I still don't understand what you're trying to say. I'm sorry.
Even though the current number is way lower.
This is not from 2016. His data's from 2016. This video went up 3 weeks ago.
Lower than the prior numbers, it's still way higher than ever recorded among white men. So, why is this happening? Why disproportionate crime in the black community? The single most obvious...
Okay, here we go. This is the part of the video I was really interested about. Let's go.
Factor correlating with violent crime is lack of fathers in the home. According to the Institute for Family...
I wonder why that would be, Ben. Just a mysterious lack of fathers. That's so strange.
Family studies, only 37% of black children are living in a home headed by their biological parents. 72% of black fathers have had a child out of wedlock. Studies show the number of fathers in a neighborhood can actually help alleviate the problem of lack of fathers directly in the home. There's a network effect, a neighborhood effect, but it's rare to find a black neighborhood with a lot of present fathers.
I'm gonna watch through this and collect some of my ideas here, but again, this is kind of like just saying it's the culture and then not elaborating on it further, saying it's the fathers and not really elaborating on that. Oh, the clips aren't from the United States. Okay. The footage being shown are from the pieces of footage that they showed in this video might be from other countries. Gotcha. That makes more sense to me.
As a study from Harvard, Stanford, and the US Census Bureau found, Just 4.2% of black kids currently grow up in areas with a poverty rate below 10% and more than half of black fathers present. That compares to 63% of white kids. Now, there are those who will argue that it's white racism that's causing the absence of black fathers. That's a weird argument given the fact that in 1960, when white racism was really a serious American problem, less than a quarter of black children were born to unwed mothers. Today, that number is
just gonna throw out there might be some key differences between 1960 and now, 60 years later. But we'll get into that.
is like 72%. So as racism in the United States plummeted, the rate of single motherhood in the black community went up. Blaming racism for the rise in single motherhood makes no sense statistically speaking.
Again, this is just that's some pretty poor reasoning, Ben, but when we go back through this particular part of the video, I'll elaborate on that. But this is pretty cringe and weak-minded of you.
Crime rates don't have anything to do with inborn racial differences. This isn't actually about race. It has to do with behavior. When you incentivize father absence, crime goes up. When you fail to police crime, crime goes up. When you make excuses for black on white violence, or pretend that the real problem of violent crime in America is white on black, crime goes up, particularly among the populations who are being ignored, black Americans.
Okay, so that was it. That was, oh my God. Okay, wow. Okay, so let's go back through this here real quick, okay? So he goes from pointing out like exponentially more black people are in our prison system than white people. And then goes on to explain this.
Disproportionate crime in the black community. The single most obvious factor correlating with violent crime is lack of fathers in the home.
Now, a really interesting word that Ben uses at this particular moment is correlating with violent crime is the lack of fathers in the home, not causing the crime, right? And there's a very famous phrase, facts over feelings? No. Correlation does not equal causation. And Ben's main argument here seems to be that correlation does equal causation. But that's not actually how things work in the real world, right? And one might then ask the obvious follow-up question, which is, well, wait a minute. It is a fact that there are fewer fathers in the home with black children, but like, why is that? You know, why is that? What has led to that, right? And the answer to that is poverty and white supremacy. Those two things go hand in hand, right? The white supremacy has historically otherized black people in American society, right? And that is through a myriad of different ways. But we can start with one of the big ones, and that's slavery. A lot of black people were owned as property for hundreds of years, and they were denied one very, very important thing that a lot of white Americans were able to get, which is generational wealth. And it turns out when people are able to build up wealth throughout their lives and then give it to their children, and even if the government takes a cut, that still enriches their children, right? And so what happens when you have one group of people in a society that has been allowed to accrue wealth over the course of centuries, and another group of people that only has like a couple generations max of building up wealth compared to those centuries of built up wealth? Well, you're basically going to have a group of people that has less wealth, that is in poverty, right? And that poverty has consequences, because you know what's something that's even more correlated with violent crime in a far bigger way than fatherlessness? Poverty and wealth disparity.
And so then we get into kind of more of the modern era. And in this modern era, you have other forms of white supremacy, right? Forms like redlining, the practice by which African Americans were forced into the poor areas of town, the places with the worst soil, the places with, asbestos in the soil, the places with lead in the water. Things we still see affecting different African American communities today. That is a product of white supremacy. Okay? A product of segregation. A product of, again, discrimination. And so that's an ongoing issue. And that affected predominantly African American people, right? But then you have other issues related to banking. In the era of segregation, banks could just say, we're not going to do banking with or do any loans with African Americans. There were places who said, well, we're just not going to rent to African Americans or Jews. There were places who would just not hire you for a job. So you have a whole bunch of systemic barriers for African Americans to get jobs and start that wealth generation process. And I'm just talking in a very large, broad sense, right? Okay. And so this, by and large, affects primarily African American families, households, etc. And if you are able to understand that poverty and wealth gaps lead to more crime, then you're also able to understand how, well, if there's more crime happening, certain communities, say, that were discriminately put together by a process like redlining, might be visited more often by cops, leading to certain communities, like the African American community at large, being over-policed or policed in a different way from predominantly white communities. And this would then lead to what is known as over-policing, a process by which certain communities have more cops, and so more people in those communities get arrested, despite the fact that people in whiter communities, for example, might be doing crimes at exactly the same rates. They're just not being caught because they're not being policed to the same extent as the poorer communities, right? And so you have that happening, which would then lead to, hey, more African American fathers in prison. And then you have concerted efforts by the US government, say during the war on drugs, to criminalize African Americans to a greater extent than white Americans. A great example of this would be with crack cocaine. Crack cocaine turbocharged a lot of these things that we were already seeing in America, but the war on drugs turbocharged it, right? So crack cocaine was vastly, vastly, vastly more policed than powder cocaine. Because the drug became racialized. And so there were higher sentences for crack cocaine versus powder cocaine, because crack cocaine was predominantly more used by African American communities, and powder cocaine was predominantly used by white communities, right? So this in turn leads to not just over-policing of African American communities, but also over-incarceration of Black communities, right? And so this, and we're talking again, broad strokes, right? We're broad strokes. And so we have like this entire situation where like, that's how you get the statistics Ben is looking at. That's how you get to these ideas that like, oh, well, it's a problem with fatherlessness. It's, I mean, like where have the fathers gone, Ben? They're in prison. They're in prison for all the aforementioned reasons. The government kidnapped the fathers. And this in turn is fueled by a lobbying machine from the private prison complex that incentivizes states to penalize and incarcerate people for low-level offenses for longer and longer periods of time so that they can commodify and benefit off of labor to give big kickbacks to their shareholders. It's a multi-layered problem. And then you get into how schools were funded. That is an excellent one, Liz Galahad, right? So you have schools with their funding directly tied to property tax, right? So if you live in a poor neighborhood where the houses don't have high levels of value, or a lot of people are renters, those schools wind up being chronically underfunded, right? They wind up being chronically underfunded. So then you have a problem that can continue to perpetuate itself. You are effectively like taking a scissors and cutting through the bootstraps as these people desperately try and pull themselves up. And so, like, Ben here is just like, oh, the fathers are gone. Yep, the fathers are gone. And let's see where he goes with this next.
According to the Institute for Family Studies, only 37% of black children are living in a home headed by their biological parents. 72% of black fathers have had a child out of wedlock.
Now, I would be really interested to know here, because he goes 37% of black children are in households headed by their biological black father. How many are in households headed by a father, even if it might not be their biological one? I'd be more interested. I guess I'm interested in that qualifier there, because I think Ben Shapiro would recognize that, like, stepfathers are still fathers, right? I don't think Ben Shapiro is so far gone that he would say stepfathers aren't fathers. Okay? So, again, just a thought there. Very interesting qualifier to throw onto your statistic there, Ben.
Studies show the number of fathers in a neighborhood can actually help alleviate the problem of lack of fathers directly in the home. There's a network.
Yeah, that can help. But just real quick.
Fathers in a neighborhood can actually help alleviate the problem of lack of fathers directly in the home.
Might that be related to the fact that if there are more fathers, there's more economic stability because you have more two-parent households, generally speaking? Might that be that two-income households have more stability economically than one-parent households? This isn't rocket science here, but framing it as a unique problem that African Americans just seem incapable of having two-parent households, it plays into some of the oldest racist beliefs about African Americans that exist, right? The idea that African American men are just too promiscuous. The idea that they are not reliable, that they're lazy, that they are going to hit it and quit it. These are old racist beliefs. You know, like we're talking like what's the name of the racist one? Is it like Triumph of the Will or something? I forget. That might be the Nazi one. There's the Birth of a Nation. We're talking like some really old and horrible racial racial stereotypes steeped in racist beliefs. These are the kinds of beliefs held by plantation owners to justify treating black people as subhuman.
Network effect, a neighborhood effect, but it's rare to find a black neighborhood.
Sorry, it should go to without saying,
But those racial stereotypes are not fucking true. Ben is simply perpetuating them. He's perpetuating them in a deeply dishonest way by trying to use these statistics to lull his viewers into thinking that his racist ass views are legitimate. He's hiding behind these stats and lying about them while then pinning on just a racist ass explanation of the stats. And without the knowledge of American history, without like any additional context, I guess someone could watch this video and nod along and say, sounds right to me. I grew up in Georgia. Sounds right to me. But the reality is, if you know anything about the American historical context, you know exactly what Ben is doing. And Ben is doing one of the oldest tricks in like American apologia for racism.
With a lot of present fathers. As a study from Harvard, Stanford, and the US Census Bureau found, just 4.2% of black kids currently grow up in areas with a poverty rate below 10%, and more than half of black fathers present. That compares to 63% of white kids. Now, there are those who...
Wow, that's crazy. It's almost like it's the poverty, stupid.
Will argue that it's white racism that's causing the absence of black fathers. That's a weird argument given the fact...
No, people would argue that it's the poverty. The poverty and the white supremacy. They go hand in hand, Ben, as I just laid out.
Back in 1960, when white racism was really a serious American problem, less than a quarter of black children were born to unwed mothers. Today, that number is like 72%. So as racism in the United States plummeted, the rate of single motherhood in the black community went up. Blaming racism for the rise in single motherhood makes no sense statistically speaking.
Can we just roll that back real quick?
That's a weird argument given the fact that in 1960, when white racism was really a serious American problem, less than a quarter of black children were born to unwed mothers. Today, that number is like 72%. So as racism in the United States plummeted, the rate of single motherhood in the black community went up.
Well, okay, so a couple of things here, Ben. Number one, racism didn't plummet. That's like I'm sorry here, but like people are still hella racist in America. Okay, that's number one. And like also very interesting in such a stat-filled video, not really providing a stat showing racism plummeting. But anyway, moving aside that, you know, the rate of single motherhood going up in the black community, why might that be? Does it have something to do with poverty? Does it have something to do with people wanting to be able to provide for their families? Does it have something to do with the fact that marriage costs have gone way up in America? Does it have something to do with that? With like the commodification of wedding culture? Does it have something to do with all that poverty? I don't know. I'm just throwing out some things here. But I'm also going to throw out one other thing that Ben just doesn't really seem to mention here, but seems incredibly relevant to discussing marriage as it relates to 1960s America onward. And that's in the 1960s and early 70s, no-fault divorce became commonplace in America. You suddenly had no-fault divorce. You no longer had to have a reason to get a divorce. So like I just like before it was really hard.
And in the 1960s, if you were a woman, in particular, if you were a black woman, and you weren't married and you had a child, you were fucked. You were screwed. There were so few options for you. So many women just stayed in marriages. You know, like there are so many reasons for like these different issues to arise and occur. But then you need to look at different government programs as well, right? Because, and I know this because I know I've had this discussion with many people in this community who are on disability. But many government programs include different like requirements for how much poverty you're in. And if you are not in enough poverty, you get cut off from some of those government resources. You get cut off from different things that help you make it through month to month on your paychecks. Okay? And if you get too much help, that can put you in a weird zone where you get kicked off of your government assistance, but you don't have enough money to actually pay your bills and live. So like there is like this underclass of people, because of all of our means testing bullshit, who can't get married because it will bring their household income too high. And they will get kicked off of the programs that allow them to live. Yeah, the delicate balance of not enough to starve, not enough to live. Exactly, Snoogan. Yeah, the Ronald Reagan and his myth of the welfare queen basically destroyed a lot of the ability for folks to make ends meet. I'm just throwing this out there because this is a complicated question. You know, white supremacy manifests in so many different ways to oppress African Americans in this country. And this all just kind of, for a multitude of different reasons, we need to take a multitude of different actions to fix it. That's all I'm saying, right? You know, if you fix one part of it, it's not gonna like fix every part of it, but we need to try, you know? And so all of that being said, let's finish this video.
Blaming racism for the rise in single motherhood makes no sense statistically speaking. Differential.
Again, it is definitely a significant component. And if you can't see that, you just don't know enough. Or you are willfully ignorant.
Crime rates don't have anything to do with inborn racial differences. This isn't actually about race. It has to.
Okay, well, it's nice to know that Ben makes that qualifier in the last 20 seconds of his video. It's nice, you know, it's nice that Ben makes this qualifier in the last 20 seconds of his video and not at the front end of the video where it would maybe be most impactful and noticeable. You know, maybe if he had pinned this part of the video right onto his like warning on the video, it would maybe make a bit of this less racist seeming. But fact that he tacked it on to the end here after just showing for no reason a bunch of videos of violent crimes to vilify black people, you know, interesting artistic choice, we'll say.
To do with behavior. When you incentivize father absence, crime goes up. When you fail to police crime, crime goes up.
Also, what's really interesting here is that in the last, now we're in the last, you know, 15-ish seconds of the video, he doesn't provide any citations for these things, right?
You incentivize father absence, crime goes up.
When you incentivize father absence, crime goes up. What does that mean, Ben? Elaborate. You are the one making and scripting this video. Elaborate. Who's going around incentivizing father absence? Because something tells me that you wouldn't be, for example, you wouldn't be in favor of repealing means testing measures so that there's not like this opportunity cliff that people fall off if their household has too much money in it. Something tells me you wouldn't be in favor of that.
When you fail to police crime, crime goes up.
Again, none of this video backs up the claim that you're making that these people aren't being policed, especially considering your video is extensively about how these people, African Americans, are disproportionately imprisoned. So, like, that this argument doesn't seem to be backed up by anything in the video.
When you make excuses for black on white violence, or pretend that the real problem of violent crime in America is white on black, crime goes.
Who's making excuses for black on white crime? Who's saying the real problem is violent white on black crime? Like, the people saying that aren't talking about the real issues, because people who are serious about talking about this subject talk about it through the lens of violent crime at large. They aren't talking about the crime of, like, Asian on white violent. They're not talking about, like, those different matchups. This isn't like a History Channel, like, who would win type matchup game. Like, this, we're talking about real life. And in real life, the underlying things that contribute to violent crime are the same across every different racial group. Okay? They're the same across every different racial group. And it is poverty and wealth disparity. That's it. That's it. Like, that, you ask any sociologist that studies crime, they will tell you that.
Goes up, particularly among the populations who are being ignored, black Americans.
Damn. Well, that was rough, but I think, sometimes it's good to go back to our roots of, like, debunking a Ben Shapiro video. You know? Because, Ben's just, he's got rhetoric that's just so punchable.
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
And on that note, let's close it up. I hope that cleared up a lot of the issues that he brings up in that video, you know? I hope that helped explain a lot of what he was talking about. Because, like, I think there are a lot of people who get sucked in to, like, oh man, there are a lot of statistics and percentages. This guy talks fast and says them, so he must really know what he's talking about. He must have really researched this in depth. And, like, he's a propagandist. He's not making good arguments. He's making deceptive arguments. That's the point of what he does. All I'm saying is you wouldn't have to make those deceptive points if you were an honest actor. What is that phrase? Facts don't care about your feelings, Ben? There we go. Video done. Folks, we've been going for 2 hours and 46 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, that is what allows me to continue to do this stream day in, day out, coming on. I can't come onto this show every day and spit facts and fire without your support. So please consider supporting the show. It would have been a lot more helpful if he did a video about racial hate crimes, but I don't think he wants to look at that because that is when race is relevant. True. Nancy McLean, Democracy in Chains, These Very Issues and Billionaires Pushing Lies. I'll check it out.
Guess this is becoming a thing now.
Sorry You're Blue, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you for answering the call to sub. I appreciate it. I hate how all the conservative arguments are just a simple false thing. They can't even make in-depth lies. They have to make stuff that can just be used as a talking point. Yep. They basically, again, for a lot of these conservative folks, it's just an aesthetic. It's just the veneer of a counter argument to leftist talking points, you know? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oof, Scared Crow, thank you for the $2 super chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How much weight is that? Like 15 pounds, maybe? Maybe 10. I don't know how to weight it properly, so I'll say like 10, somewhere between 10 and 15. Oh, mommy. Daddy. I did do 10 reps instead of 5, but that's because I think Jenna Sparks also redeemed do 5 arm curls like 30 minutes ago, but I was in the middle of doing the Ben video, so I couldn't do it. So I did it all in one go. How we doing, folks? How we doing? You enjoying the show? Getting anything out of it today? Your fit is the sexy gal at the gym vibe? Thank you. I guess I was kind of going for that. I guess I was that earlier today. Disintegrating mentally? That's not great. My dude, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We just finished talking about a Ben Shapiro video. We're about to talk about Donald Trump and Mark Carney meeting. Oof. There we go. And it's gonna be a good time. Make yourselves comfortable. Come on in. Hit the follow button. Hit the like button. Do the things. Oh, wooga! And on that note, hit the button, folks. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Who's Mark Carney again? Canadian PM. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click Nailed it. Let's see here. Whew. All right. Let's see. How we doing on likes on the stream? How we doing over here, folks? My Riverboat chat is not working. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Riverboat chat, are you okay? Please respond. Am I losing frames? Am I disconnected from the internet? No, I see you guys chatting.
try a new tab. Go to Riverboat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The on-screen chat, Comrade Girl. Well, I can see... There we go. There we go. The website's just having a bit of a brain fart on my end. I don't know why. I blame the deep state. Same. Can see and hear you. Good. Let's see, folks. Made a big bowl of comfort popcorn. Oh, that sounds so good. Their chat guide. Sometimes I can still hear them screaming. I mean, I assume riverboat.gg is still existent, but you know, who can say? Who can say? Do you have a favorite animal? I like manatees a lot. I like manatees. I like I really like golden retriever dogs a lot. I also really like I'm trying to think, like, what other animals do I have a really strong connection to? Manatees in general. Like, I have one just kind of like chilling on top of my computer. Yeah, shimps. Shimps are great. I love shimp. I'm a shimp gal. I love him. Me too. Well, Hasha's still here. Hasha's right here. Don't you worry. Just watching me below the computer monitor at the moment. He has a little present. Yeah, he's eating his little kelp ball. There we go. Got the chat back. Excellent work. Good job, everyone. We got chat back home. All right, folks. Matt Binder, welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? I hope you had a great stream. We were having a little bit of a technical snafu, but it is now resolved, so you guys have good timing. Welcome. I hope you had a great stream, Matt. I should have you on the show sometime if you're here. If not, you can all tell him that he has an open invitation to come on the show. We can just talk about the news and shoot the shit. Be cool. Welcome, folks. Are you guys ready to jump into a new segment? Because I am. Let's go, folks. Okay. So we're going to be talking about the Trump and Mark Carney meeting that happened yesterday. And it's going to be a time. So let's lock in, folks. We got ourselves a chunk of content to go over. So, folks, there's this country called Canada. And there's this other country called the United States of America. And, well, Canada elected a new prime minister. And as is usual, that prime minister, Mark Carney, is came down yesterday from Canada to meet with Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America. No, that can't be right.
It says in my show notes that Donald Trump is the president of America. All right, Donald Trump, the president of America. I guess we did it again, everybody. I think sometimes between these segments that I do, I get a traumatic brain injury and just forget. It's a blessing. That being said, hey, folks, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel. When you do, let's jump into it, shall we? Because it was an awkward meeting between Mark Carney and Donald Trump. And I think you can see that from literally the second the video feed begins from PBS News. Look at their expressions. Look at Donald Trump. He looks like the grumpiest grump pug that ever grumped. He's a grumpy boy. He's upset to be talking with this interloper. And Mark Carney just looks like an adult that's been pestered one too many times to play Fortnite. Wait, did Mark Carney just like wink? Is he that charming? Oh, he did! He did! Okay, that was like way more charming than anything Trump has done in the last 30 years. I would turn on captions, but there's no captions on this for some reason.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, I know it's completely immaterial to this video, but real quick, does anyone have any idea what this, like, face mask in the background is? It looks like a... It looks like the Toxic Avenger or something. Like, what is this? Does anyone have any idea? Also, hello, Friar Tuck. It's Dio's? Makes sense.
Everybody, it's a great honor to have Prime Minister Mark Carney with us. As you know, just a few days ago, he won a very big election in Canada. And I think I was probably the greatest thing that happened to him, but I can't take vote credit. His party was losing by a lot, and he ended up winning. So I really want to congratulate him. It was probably one of the greatest comebacks in the history of politics, maybe even greater than mine. You know?
What a backhanded way to open up your first press conference with this guy. I'm really sorry. To anyone in Canada that's watching, I'm really goddamn sorry.
But I want to just congratulate you. That was a great election, actually. We were watching it with interest, and I think Canada chose a very talented person, a very good person, because we spoke before the election quite a few times. And it's an honor to have you at the White House and the Oval Office. And you see the new and improved Oval Office as it becomes more and more beautiful. With love, you know, we handle it with great love, and 24-karat gold. That always helps too. Right? But it's been a lot of fun. We're going over some of the beautiful pictures that were stored in the vaults that were for many, many years. In some cases, over 100 years. They were stored in vaults of the great presidents, or almost great presidents, all having a reason for being up, every one of them. So it's very interesting. But I just want to congratulate you, and ran a really great race. I watched the debate. I thought you were excellent, and I think we have a lot of things in common. We have some tough points to go over, and that'll be fine. We're going to also be discussing Ukraine, Russia, the war, because Mark wants it ended as quickly as I do. I think it has to end. We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight.
You know, like most people do. Like, you know, one day you wake up, you're like, I just don't want to fight anymore.
You know, they just all had ennui all of a sudden.
And we will honor that, and we will stop.
Is that true? You know what? I have to be honest. I assumed when I heard him say that in a clip I saw of this that it was a lie. But you know what? Let's look it up. Yemen Houthis say attacks on Israel not in U.S. ceasefire deal in any way. So Trump says that that they came to a deal to stop bombing the Houthis, but that's what Trump said yesterday, probably as part of this. The BBC said earlier today that the Houthis say the United States backed down and Israel is also not covered by the ceasefire. So again, it sounds like a clusterfuck ongoing behind the scenes. Or maybe even in front of the scenes, I guess, in this case.
Bombings, and they have capitulated, but more importantly, we will take their word. They say they will not be blowing up ships anymore, and that's what the purpose of what we were doing. So that's just news. We just found out about that. So I think that's very, very positive. They were knocking out a lot of ships going, as you know, sailing beautifully down the various seas. It wasn't just the canal, it was a lot of other places. And I will accept their word, and we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that, okay?
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a bigger clusterfuck than I thought. Just because if you're watching this, right? Donald Trump just says this, right?
Effective, we are going to stop the bombing of the Houthis, effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that, okay?
He just decided that mid-conversation, mid-interview. I really, you know, I know a lot of people keep saying that, like, Donald Trump is playing, like, 4D chess or whatever. He's not. He's just, like, spur of the moment deciding to do these things. He literally just, literally effective immediately as of this interview. That's why he turns to Marco and says, make sure everyone knows that, all right?
Effective immediately. And Marco, you'll let everybody know that, okay?
If you're in the middle of, like, a press briefing or a press conference, rather, like, you don't need to turn to Marco Rubio and say, you'll take care of all of that, right, little Marco? Like, that's something you've talked about beforehand. You don't need to do this unless, like, you're just making shit up as it goes. Like, it's actually shocking to see sometimes. His brain is gone.
Do you have something to say about that, by the way? It's a pretty big announcement.
Yeah. Do you have something to say about that? This thing that I just pulled out of my ass, do you have something to say about that? While all the cameras are on.
This was always a freedom of navigation mission. These guys, these are, you know, a band of individuals with advanced weaponry that were threatening global shipping. And the job was to get that to stop. And if it's going to stop, then we can stop. And I think it's an important development.
And we'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar. And that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make. Like, as big as it gets. And I won't tell you on what. But it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out.
I can't tell you if it's negative or positive because I can't tell you everything, folks. I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you if it's negative or positive. Hey folks, do you want to play a game? It's called Hot or Cold. I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you if you're getting warmer or if you're getting colder. It's a very fun game, folks.
It is really, really positive. And that announcement will be made either Thursday or Friday or Monday before we leave. But it'll be one of the most important announcements that have been made in many years about a certain subject, very important subject. So you'll all be here.
Is this just him dropping all of the tariffs on China? Like what is he gonna do? Like his positive news is like what? Like what is your spectrum for positive news here? Like what is he gonna have the U.S. government throw its fundings behind like a reboot of Gilligan's Island? Like what does he think is that good?
Mark, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I'm on the edge of my seat, actually,
I
for the big announcement. But thank you for your hospitality and above all for your leadership. You're a transformational president, focus on the economy with a relentless focus on the American worker, securing your borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl and other opioids, and securing the world. And I've been elected with my colleagues here, with the help of my colleagues here. I'm going to spread the credit to transform Canada with a similar focus on the economy, securing our borders, again on fentanyl, much greater focus on defense and security, securing the Arctic and developing the Arctic. And the history of Canada and the U.S. is we're stronger when we work together, and there's many opportunities to work together. And I look forward to, addressing some of those issues that we have, but also finding those areas of mutual cooperation so we can move forward.
It really is fascinating to listen to like a fully formed human being who his brain isn't like rotted in fascism, unlike like everyone around Trump these days. Like it's fascinating to see like an actual human being interact with like this fascist puppet,
That's great. Very nice. Thank you very much. It's a very nice statement.
Mr. President,
Anybody?
Is USMCA dead?
No, it was actually very effective, and it's still very effective, but people have to follow it. So, that's been a problem. People haven't followed it. But it was a transitional step a little bit, and as you know, it terminates fairly shortly. It gets renegotiated very shortly. But I thought it was a very positive step from NAFTA. NAFTA was the worst trade deal in the history of our country, probably in the history of the world. And
it's really interesting. You renegotiated NAFTA last time you were president. It's weird that you're still talking about it. Why aren't you talking about how great your renegotiation was? Ashley, get good sleep. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Appreciate you always.
This was a transitional deal, and we'll see what happens. We're going to be starting to possibly renegotiate that if it's even necessary. I don't know that it's necessary anymore, but it served a very good purpose. And the biggest purpose it served is we got rid of NAFTA. NAFTA was a very unfair deal.
You didn't you just renamed it. That you basically just rubber stamped more NAFTA.
For the United States, very, very terrible deal. It should have never been made. It was made many years ago, but it should have never been made.
Canada and the United States. Would you like to see your first trade deal be with Canada? Our neighbors in the
I would love that. Look,
our first trade deal. Wait a minute. I thought we were getting one trade deal a day. 90 trade deals, 90 days. Wait, we're still working on the first one? Wait, I thought these tariffs were supposed to bring in billions and billions of dollars.
I have a lot of respect for this man, and I watched him come up, in a sense, through the ranks when he wasn't given much of a chance, and he ran a really great campaign. He did a really great debate. I think that debate was very helpful. I was going to raise my hand.
Wait,
that one American. Do you think Carney's up to something? Him being here to say all of 2 words is starting to make me wonder. I mean, they talk behind closed doors too. I'm guessing his goal here is to get Donald Trump to drop like the Canadian tariffs, like the tariffs on Canadian goods that like are hot, because I believe the entire world is at 10% except for Canada and Mexico and China. And then like all of the other countries in the world have their tariffs at 10% until like they maybe go back into effect in like 2 months. Who knows? And yeah, probably also to try and get him to stop saying he's going to invade Canada. You know?
I don't know if that's good or bad. I shouldn't say that. That might hurt you. But no, he ran a really great election, I thought. And yeah, something could happen. Something could happen. Yeah, please.
Something could happen. The really inspiring words of a guy who's definitely dedicated to 90 deals in 90 days.
What's the top concession you want out of Canada? The top concession you want out of Canada?
Concession?
Yes.
Friendship.
But that's not a concession.
No, we're going to be friends with Canada. Regardless of anything, we're going to be friends with Canada. Canada is a very special place to me. I know so many people that live in Canada.
I guess I'm a little worried to see if he's going to threaten to invade Canada or threaten to annex Canada in front of the Canadian PM.
My parents had relatives that lived in Canada, my mother in particular. And no, I love Canada. I have a lot of respect for the Canadians. Wayne Gretzky. I mean, how good, the great one.
I have a lot of respect for Canadians. Let me see, how many Canadians can I name? There's Wayne Gretzky and Mark Carney, and that's it. Great Canadians. I know a bunch of great Canadians.
You happen to have a very, very good hockey player right here on the Capitals, who I have a lot of respect. He is a big, tough cookie, too. He just broke the record, and he's a great guy. And, we had the...
I believe he's talking about a Russian player. Like, he's not even talking about a Canadian hockey player here. He's talking about... I also really like that guy who's not Canadian, but he is in Canada. Wait, he plays for a team in Washington, D.C.? He's not even Canadian? Like, he's not even, like, playing on a Canadian team. That's insane!
We had the team...
My favorite hockey player, Wayne Gretzky's pretty good, but I like the Washington Capitals player, Alexander Ovechkin. For the Washington Capitals, that's nuts. Guys, you know that if Biden had said something like this, there would be like think pieces about how his brain was gone, right? No one's doing that yet. It's wild to me.
Team here, and I got to know a lot of the players. But now Canada is a very special place. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, I'd like to get your response to this too. But Mr. President, you have said that Canada should become the 51st state.
No. Well, I still believe that, but it takes two.
Oh God. I still think that'd be a really good state, though.
The tango, right? But no, I do. I mean, I believe it would be a massive tax cut for the Canadian citizens. You get free military, you get tremendous medical cares. And
it's not a free military. It's not a free military if they then become a state and pay taxes, ding dong.
Other things. There would be a lot of advantages, but it would be a massive tax cut. And it's also a...
Look, I think all Canadians would really like to lose their health care. Okay? Everyone in the world wants to lose their health care and be on a private plan here in America.
Beautiful. As a real estate developer, I'm a real estate developer at heart. When you get rid of that artificially drawn line, somebody drew that line many years ago with like a ruler, just a straight line right across the top of the country. When you look at that beautiful formation, when it's
Mark Carney is really struggling with how to like comport his face through all this because this is fucking nuts.
together, I'm a very artistic person, but when I looked at that beauty, I said that's the way it was meant to be. But you know, I do feel it's much better for Canada, but we're not going to be discussing that unless somebody wants to discuss it. I think that there are tremendous benefits to the Canadian citizens, tremendously lower taxes.
Carney's face. Yeah, he's very excited about being here.
Free military, which honestly we give you essentially anyway, because we're protecting Canada if you ever had a problem. But I think
Canada has a military. Canada participated in the invasion of Normandy with us. Like, we on D-Day. Like, come on. What the hell are you on about?
you know, it would really be a wonderful marriage because it's two places that get along very well. They like each other a lot.
Like Mark is just battling the voices that are telling him, grab the fire poker, Mark. It's right there, Mark. It's right there behind his shoulder. Just grab the fire poker. You know what to do. He's like, no, I can't. I shan't.
Well, if I may, as you know from real estate, there are some
Mark
places
Carney trying not to defend boast.
are never for sale.
That's true.
We're sitting in one right now, you know, Buckingham Palace that you visited as well.
That's true.
And having met with the owners of Canada over the course of the campaign last several months, it's not for sale, won't be for sale ever. But the opportunity is in the partnership and what we can build together. And we have done
it won't be for sale ever, sir.
done that in the past. And part of that, as the president just said, is with respect to our own security. And my government is committed for a step change in our investment in Canadian security and our partnership. And I'll say this as well.
I will say this is maybe the classiest fuck off I've ever heard someone give. So props to Prime Minister Carney.
That the president has revitalized international security, revitalized NATO, and us playing our full weight in NATO, and that will be part of it.
True. And they have, I must say, Canada is stepping up the military participation because Mark knew, you know, they were low, and now they're stepping it up, and that's a very important thing. But never say never. Never say never.
But never say never. I will never allow that to happen.
What would it take to get the tariffs top of Canada?
Well, we'll be talking about different things.
Yeah, they've revitalized their military because Donald Trump keeps threatening to take their country. Yeah. Oh, God.
You know, we want to protect our automobile business, and so does Mark. But we want to make the automobiles, and we want to, you know, we have a tremendous abundance of energy, more than any country. We have, just in Alaska alone, Anwar has been reopened now. Anwar is probably the largest find anywhere in the world. They say it's larger than Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but it's a lot. But we have tremendous amounts of energy. Other countries don't. We're both lucky in that way. They have energy. We have energy. We have more than we can ever use and more than we could ever sell, actually, and you have the same thing. So we're two countries that are very lucky. If you look at China, they don't have that. You know, it's a big disadvantage. Other countries, most countries don't have. You know, most countries don't have that. So Canada and us, we have a lot of advantages.
Mark Carney is fighting a valiant fight against the voices in his head as they get louder.
Over other places.
When you consider what Mr. Carney just said, that Canada is not for sale, does this make the discussion a little more difficult to start on?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, time will tell. It's only time. But I say never. I've had many, many things that were not doable, and they ended up being doable, and only doable in a very friendly way. But if it
Oh my God. Trump should be grateful he survived this. My God.
It's to everybody's benefit. You know, Canada loves us and we love Canada. That's, I think, the number one thing that's important. But we'll see. I mean, over time.
I don't know why you're getting so mad, Mark. I'm just proposing a friendly coup to take you out of power, Mark. You know, like it'd be like the end of Hamlet, Mark. We could have a nice little wine party together, Mark.
We'll see what happens. China.
I was hoping you can clarify something. Earlier this morning in Capitol Hill, Secretary Besson said that there had been no negotiations yet with China. You have said something different.
They want to meet, and they're doing no business right now. And those ships are turning around in the Pacific Ocean. Big turn. Those are big ships. Those ships take about 10 miles to turn. And, you know, we lost $1 trillion to China on trade because of an incompetent president that we had who preceded me, grossly incompetent. You're finding it out more and more now.
The ships are turning around away from America. Away from America. Like port loads are down like 50, 60%. Like, what are you talking about?
And by not trading, we're losing nothing. So we're saving $1 trillion. It's a lot. But they want to negotiate and they want to have a meeting.
We're not saving $1 trillion. People make money by selling things to other countries, dude. People make money by doing that. We're losing money by not selling things to them.
And we'll be meeting with them at the right time.
But you haven't met with them yet.
I have not met with them, of course. You would know if I met. I'd tell you. They want to meet, but, you know, we are right now. Look, they're suffering greatly. Their economy is suffering greatly because they're not doing trade with the U.S. And they made most of their money off the U.S. Don't kid yourself. They don't make the money off other countries like this. And they were making. We had a trade imbalance. We had a deficit, or they had a surplus. Another way of saying it, of more than $1 trillion. Think of it, more than $1 trillion. And because of 145%, that's the only reason, but because of they have now 145% tariff, there's no trading. You can't trade with 145%. We are, therefore, making, in a certain way, I guess, $1.1 trillion. In other words, we're not losing $1.1 trillion. Our deficit is much better. When I started, I say we were losing billions of dollars a day on trade. That's rapidly turning around. We looked at numbers this morning. So we were losing. The United States during Biden was losing.
Guys, okay, just real quick, just because I need to know where you guys are at. Do you guys understand when we have a trade deficit with a country, what that means? Like, no shame if you don't, but like, I just want to kind of know if there are people here who don't know what that means. You understand? Yeah, that means we're being stolen from. No. It means we either buy more than we sell, or we sell more. Yeah, we buy more than we sell. Exactly. Yep. And that's good. It's good to buy more than we sell. In some cases. We are a consumerist society. Our entire society is built on that, right? But there's a really important thing when we look at the physical trade deficit that exists between countries, because we are a service economy. And services don't need to be put on ships. Right? So, like, there's like this weird obsession in the Trump administration and in these fascist circles that, like, you even hear it from Elon Musk, that, like, oh, the only real things are the physical things, the goods you can touch. Anything that's abstract, like mental labor or like, you know, expertise and such, that's not real in any sense. Only, you know, that's why we have to send people back into the coal mines, because that's real work, unlike providing services, right? Okay, so like we get goods and they get our money, which is fine, but is the money itself just leaving the country? So what? That is actually a really good question, right? And I'm going to give you just like a very basic explainer for that. But basically, the United States is able to do deficit spending. We're able to print money like crazy, right? Because the entire world uses the US dollar. And so effectively, because the entire world uses the US dollar, we can do a lot of things like quantitative easing, where we just print a bunch of money, inject a bunch of money into the system, because our money is still kind of in our circulation. What happens when you interact with countries that don't take your money is that there needs to be like a trade, like physical trade, right? We don't need that because we are the global currency. Except Donald Trump is blowing up that ability. By, you know, making things so unstable that other countries don't want to buy American bonds. The bond market is shaken, and that in turn shakes up whether or not other countries are going to trade in the US dollar, right? And so, but because currently, at least as of this moment, the world uses the US dollar, we can send more money to China in exchange for goods that we then use, and through the power of like services and, you know, the advanced manufacturing we have here, we turn that stuff into other things, and then we sell that either internally or to other countries, you know? But that's in a nutshell why it's not bad to have a trade deficit in this case. However, even if we didn't have that, it would still be fine to have a trade deficit with one country and a trade surplus with another, because that's just kind of how like specialization can work sometimes. Like some countries are going to have more manufacturing capacity in like niche fields than others, you know? So this is all interesting, but the reason why it's going to be so almost apocalyptically economically bad for China to have this 145% tariff on it is specifically because there is infrastructure in China that simply isn't elsewhere in the world and cannot be elsewhere in the world, at least not in the foreseeable near future. Like maybe if you have a decade to set up a factory somewhere else, like you could make that kind of infrastructure, but it just doesn't exist elsewhere. You know? They just want automation, but the automation's not there yet for a lot of things. You can't just automate everything. Still relies on a lot of expertise. Sorry, I feel dumb. I don't understand world economics. It's okay. It's a complicated thing. Okay, so like if we buy things from Japan, we have more stuff, but Japan has more buying power in ratio to us, for example, but they also do buy our services anyway, which brings money back. Well, so what a lot of countries wind up doing is they put that money back into the United States in the form of US bonds, which is essentially like you loan the US government money and the US government pays you back extraordinarily reliably with a very small amount of interest. It's more reliable than any bank. At least historically, it's more reliable than like the stock market, and it's basically a guaranteed way of growing your money, right? So a lot of countries do that in order to, you know, have money in a set place, and in turn that strengthens like the use of the US dollar and the stability of like the US economy. Do I have a flannel graph? I don't have a flannel graph. Sorry. I also don't know what that is. Also, yeah, again, Japan might have less stuff and we might have more of Japan stuff in that particular example, but we also provide services. And those services don't need to be like shipped overseas. They can be provided digitally, or, you know, people can migrate. Like there are a lot of things that we do here that reciprocate some kind of value for, you know, the Japanese economy, or, you know, insert whatever country's economy. Art, culture being like things along those lines. So I just to like give a brief overview of why this is all nuts.
More than, I won't even give you numbers because they're so embarrassing, but billions of dollars a day on trade. Those numbers are rapidly turning between the tariffs. Don't forget, we're now getting 25% on cars, 25% on aluminum, 25% on steel, and maybe more importantly, massive numbers of companies are moving into the United States. Honda, we have tremendous, the car companies are moving in at levels we've never seen before. The biggest investment ever made in the United States is being made right now. Trillions of dollars. I would say we could be...
The biggest investment in the United States is being made right now by with $0. by putting $0 into the U.S. economy. We're really going to juice it, says man who has cost billions of dollars in business every single day for the last month.
At $9 trillion. You could go back to other presidents. They haven't had $1 trillion for their entire term.
Yeah, like Americans aren't even investing in America right now because everyone's too scared about like the economic outlook of what's going to happen here. Because this guy's a madman.
Look at Biden. He had bad numbers. People were leaving. They weren't coming in. They were leaving with Biden, and he didn't.
Oh, good question. What? Aren't bonds like being kind of in debt to them, but then like when they pay for Disney Plus or the new Billy album, that's us getting money back. It's just kind of like a good and bad. No, so when they buy bonds, they're buying our debt. You know, we give them a bond, and that says, you know, we're gonna pay you back. You know, but that money comes to us, and you know, over time we eventually pay it back. But like that's like they're investing in us effectively. You can think of it that way, right? They're investing in us. It's kind of like how when you get a loan from a bank, the bank is effectively investing in you. And when you store your money, you put it in the bank, and the bank holds onto it and does a lot of stuff with your money while you're not using it. It's kind of like that. We have effectively created a system where like other countries then give money back to us, and then we're allowed to do what we want with it while paying them off in the future, right? Okay, they just can like straight up buy the bond. Yep. A lot of businesses will also buy bonds because they are so dependable. A lot of banks will buy bonds. Yeah. It's not in relation to how we have a deficit in any way. No, it's just a way that like that money circulates through kind of the global economy because all of these other countries use the dollar and accept the dollar. So they're buying into the interest payments. Yeah, like when we're talking about paying interest on our debt, like part of that interest is going to bondholders.
Know the difference. The only thing he knew is people coming in. You know who they were? Illegal immigrants. Okay, from prisons, from mental institutions, from all sorts of places that weren't.
Can we just like point out briefly? Like I feel like it's said so often, but like this is the same kind of like dehumanizing language that you would hear from like I don't know, any kind of genocidal regime. You know, like this is the same kind of propaganda that radicalized people against, like, you know, the Jews, the different ethnic groups targeted for genocide. This is again, they're all rapists and murderers and thieves, and you don't have to feel bad about them. They're basically subhuman. It's disgusting what they do to this country and to the people who come here to live and work.
Good. From gangs from Venezuela. They were coming in and they were criminals and murderers. 11,888 people that murdered, and at least half of them murdered more than one person. This is what Biden led into our country. I'm bringing in big companies. We have Apple is investing $500 billion. We have Jensen, as you know, is going to be 500 biggest chip maker, or chip thinker, I call him. He's really a thinker more than a maker. But we also have the maker, Mr. Wei. I get to know them all in the last, it was a cram course, but they're all
This man can't communicate.
Moving into America because of the tariffs. And I don't think people have appreciated it. Some people do, some of the smart people do. So we have more money coming in. It's really an amazing thing. We have more money being invested in the United States now than at any time ever before in our history, and it's not even close. And
again, just lies. No one is investing in America right now or in American businesses.
I think the real number could be 9 or 10 trillion. We don't know everybody that's doing it. We have many. I just heard about a plant that's being built right now, a very, very top-of-the-line company, and they didn't come to the White House. They're just doing it because they're making it because if they build here, there are no tariffs.
No, they're building it because they already had plans to build it. That's the same story with every single plant that is currently being built. It's not because of the tariff incentive that you put into place like a month ago. It's because 3 years ago they started planning the building of these factories, and like now they're finally doing it. That's it. That's it. These just lies.
And this is the big market. This is the market. That sets us apart from it. This is the market where everyone wants to be. Now, if I didn't come here and do this, all of a sudden we wouldn't be the market where everyone wants to be. So we were able to do it in time.
Nah, we watched a clip earlier where he talked about like wanting to be a movie maker and like how that was why he wanted to reopen Alcatraz. Like, no. I do think that there is mental decline going on here. Like, you can even see it if you look at his past interviews and the ones he does today. And I'm also just going to throw this out there that, like, the other day there was a clip of him trying to remember the thing babies are in because he couldn't remember the word stroller.
But we're going to have a great announcement, and I'm not necessarily saying it's on trade. Going to the beginning, we're going to have a great announcement over the next few days, an announcement that will be so incredible, so positive. And I'm not.
I mean, we know Scott Bessent is on his way to talk with his Chinese counterparts. So, like, I'm guessing it has something to do with that, if I had to guess. Because, like, he's talking like he really wants people to guess. So that's my guess.
I'm not saying, I don't want you to think it's necessarily on trade. Just to finish, we also have a situation, because everyone says, when are you going to sign deals? We don't have to sign deals. We could sign 25 deals right now, Howard, if we wanted. We don't have to
that's crazy. You promised 90 deals in 90 days. Why aren't you signing them?
Sign deals. They have to sign deals with us. They want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of their market. We don't care about their market. They want a piece of our market.
Yes, you do. You sell things to them. You do care about their market.
Have monies. Let's see other streamers give LivyCon lessons. Shove that in your pipe hand. Cigarette emoji. Hassan.
Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $5 super chat. I do like to imagine I provide some kind of valuable commentary to you folks. Also, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. If you're enjoying the stream or getting anything out of it, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you all make this show possible, and I could not do it without you fine folks. The BWAs keep me alive.
Market. So we can just sit down, and I'll do this at some point over the next 2 weeks, and I'll sit with Howard and Scott and with our great vice president who has done a really good job. We have some good news to report on a lot of fronts, but JD will be there and Marco, and we're going to sit down and we're going to put very fair numbers down, and we're going to say, here's what this country, what we want, and congratulations, we have a deal. And they'll either say, great, and they'll start shopping, or they'll say, not good, we're not going to do it. And I said, that's okay, you don't have to shop. Now, we may think, well, they have a right, you know, that maybe we were a little bit wrong, so we'll adjust it. And then you people will say, oh, it's so chaotic. No, we're flexible. But we'll...
It took him a minute to remember J.D. Vance's name. To be fair to him, it's 2 whole syllables.
We'll sit down, and we'll, at some point, in some cases, we'll sign some deals. It's much less important than what I'm talking about. For the most part, we're just going to put down a number and say, this is what you're going to pay to shop. And it's going to be a very fair number. It'll be a low number. We're not looking to hurt countries. We want to help countries. We want...
It won't be a high number, like, say, 145%. It won't be a high number.
Want to be friendly with countries, but you keep writing about deals. When are we going to sign? When? It's very simple. We're going to say, in some cases, we want you to open up your country. In some cases, we want you to drop your tariffs. I mean, India, as an example, is one of the highest tariffs in the world. We're not going to put up with that. And they've agreed already to drop it. They'll drop it to nothing. They've already agreed. They would have never done that for anybody else but me. So we're going to put down some numbers, and we're going to say our country is open for business. And they're going to come in, and they're going to pay for the privilege of being able to shop in the United States of America. It's very simple. It's very simple. So I wish they'd keep, you know...
What are you talking about, old man?
Stop asking, how many deals are you signing this week? Because one day we'll come and we'll give you 100 deals. And they don't have to sign. All they have to do is say...
Also, can we just, like, stop and, like, take a moment to recognize that he's saying, we'll give them 100 deals. Like, we're not giving them 100 deals. We're giving each one deal. We're making a deal with each different country. It's not like you're gonna get so many deals, folks. You're gonna get so many deals. Like, no, that's not how anything works here. Like,
oh, we'll start sending our ships right now to pick up whatever we want or to bring whatever we want. It's very, very simple. And I think my people haven't made it clear. We will sign some deals, but much bigger than that is we're going to put down...
It's crazy that we haven't really signed any deals yet. You know, there's a lot of countries on the planet, and not many of them have signed deals. It's crazy.
On the price that people are going to have to pay to shop in the United States. Think of us as a super luxury store, a store that has the goods. You're going to come and you're going to pay a price, and we're going to give you a very good price.
We don't have the goods. We're a service economy, dude. What are they going to buy? They make all of the goods we buy. We consume. We have a consumer economy. Think of us like a luxury store that doesn't have anything, but you just want to pay for the privilege of being in it so that all your rich friends can know how cool you are. Think of it that way. We're kind of like a Dave & Buster's. We're kind of like a Dave & Buster's. We offer you fundamentally nothing very useful, but you can come hang out and maybe have a good time.
We're going to make very good deals, and in some cases we'll adjust, but that's where it is. And we've been ripped off by everybody for 50 years, and we're just not going to do that anymore. We can't do that, and we can't let any country do that to us. We're just not going to do it anymore.
Can you tell us a bit
bit more about the deal that you've reached with the Houthis?
No, it's not a deal. They've said, please don't bomb us anymore, and we're not going to attack your ships.
And where did you...
No, you misunderstood. I didn't reach a deal with the Houthis. I simply decided, as we were having this conversation, that we would have a unilateral no-fire agreement. Okay? It's a no-takesies-backsies agreement that I have decided we have with them starting now.
I'm about to start into fart jokes. Trump is so incoherent and boring.
One-Eyed Ethan, thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate the support very, very much.
Hear about that?
It doesn't matter where I hear it. The very good source I get.
It doesn't matter where I heard it. It was a very good source. It was me. It was me. I'm the source.
Very, very good source. Would you say, Marco? I would say pretty good, right, JD? A very good source.
I love that he's saying that to the two guys who also just found out that he wanted to do this right now.
No, they don't want to be. They don't want to be. They don't want to be bombed anymore. You know, I sort of thought that would happen. No, behind you, please.
Clarifying something you said on USMCA. Is the U.S. prepared to walk away from that pact?
From what pact?
USMCA.
No. It's fine. It's there. It's good. We use it for certain things. It's there. We have the USMCA is a good deal for everybody. I won't say this about Mark, but I didn't like his predecessor. I didn't like a person that worked for. She was terrible, actually. She was a terrible person.
Good evening, Dragonfly.
And she really hurt that deal very badly because she tried to take advantage of the deal and she didn't get away with it. You know who I'm talking about. But so you know, we had a bad relationship having to do with the fact that we disagreed with the way they viewed the deal, and we ended it. You know, we ended that relationship pretty much. The USMCA is great for all countries. It's good for all countries. We do have a negotiation coming up over the next year or so to adjust it or terminate it.
Mr. President, I'll say a word on USMCA, if I may, Mr. President. It is a basis for a broader negotiation. Some things about it are going to have to change. And part of the way you've conducted these tariffs has taken advantage of existing aspects of USMCA. So it's going to have to change. There's other elements that are come, and that's part of what we're going to discuss.
Right.
During the campaign, Prime Minister Carney talked about the American vitriol. How do you react if Canada decided not to shop in the American store as much as before and decided to partner with other countries?
Well, we don't do much business with Canada from our standpoint. They do a lot of business with us.
Can we, sorry. Do we have an image here? Just real quick. Come on. Let's see. Let's just throw this out there. Excellent. Great. Found it. Canada is the second largest trading partner to the United States total, with a little under $700 billion annually traded with the United States. That is from January through September of 2024. But wait, there's more! Canada remains the most important hub for U.S. exports, with to the tune of around $325 billion. Clown shit from our president.
We're at like 4%, and usually those things don't last very long. You know, we have great things, great product, the kind of product we sell nobody else can sell, including military. Look, we make the best military equipment in the world, and Canada.
But you know, like, it's not necessarily that the best, right? Like, other places make good enough military hardware. We make really good ones, but other places make pretty all right ones, you know, military hardware, that is.
Canada buys our military equipment, which we appreciate, but we make the best military equipment in the world by far. The missiles, the submarines, everything. Everything we have is really top notch. I rebuilt our military during our last term. Stupidly, we gave some away to Afghanistan, which shouldn't have happened. But that was...
You planned the pullout. You made it happen.
I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
You literally traded all of their leadership that we had in prison so that you would have an attack-free election year. You did that. You set up what happened in Afghanistan. Fuck you.
It was just very incompetent people. But if you look, the man that's now the head of our Joint Chiefs, he led the attack on ISIS for me. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs. And Raisin Kane, he was unbelievable. And as you know, we defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years.
Yeah, Canada's tourism industry is about to get decimated. And you know what? That's being too charitable, because decimation is 1 in 10, a 10% reduction. Florida's tourism is about to be devastated.
We did it in 3 weeks. And he ran the campaign. I said, I like him. But I knew him before. I went to Iraq, and we agreed to a plan, and that was the plan. And as you know, we did it in record time. So we have the best equipment in the world. We have the best, a lot of things. And but Canada, it does a lot more business with us than we do with Canada. Yeah.
Mr. President, as you record your investments, Mr. President, when do you think the investments that you've announced, the trillions, will finally hit economic data this year?
When you're saying about the tariffs? And all?
No, about the investments that you've announced.
Oh, it's hitting right now. Look, they're already starting AI plants. These are not people that look for financing. That's a good thing. You know, in real estate, you get a site, then you have to look for financing.
You know, I love that he's like, oh yeah, you know, we're investing $1 trillion into AI. You know, completely unprofitable technology that has, again, like a lot of these venture capital backed ideas, has not resulted in any of the firms currently pushing it as the hot new thing, has not resulted in any profitable enterprises. And in fact, it is functionally useless for the things people want to use it for, outside of lying, trickery, and deceit.
You have to get your zoning, 5 years later you start building, you get a bank, then the bank's no good. And these people have massive amounts of cash. The CHIPS Act was a ridiculous thing because that doesn't get them to build. All we did is hand very...
Hey, very knifey duck, thank you.
Regarding Trump's plan for leaving Afghanistan, if Donald were in any way competent at pulling out, Donald Trump Jr. would not be a thing.
Hey!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Thank you for the $5 dono, very knifey duck. I very much appreciate that.
Wealthy companies' money. The CHIPS Act that was done by Biden. Billions, we give them billions of dollars. They don't even have to do anything with it. And then if you weren't, if you didn't have, and I don't want to be a wise guy, but if you didn't go with the DEI, if you didn't go with all of the different things woke, if you weren't woke, you couldn't even use the money. you had to have a certain percentage of this and that and that and that. It's impossible to have. The companies actually complained to me. They said they gave me all this money, but nobody can get these people to do anything. I mean, look, President Obama, and if he wanted help, I'd give him help because I'm a really good builder and I build on time, on budget. He's building his library.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're like infamous in New York for not paying your contractors. Fuck you.
In Chicago. It's a disaster. And he said something.
Obama isn't personally building his library. The US government does that. What are you talking about?
To the effect, I only want DEI, I only want woke. He wants woke people to build it. Well, he got woke people, and they have massive cost overruns. The job is stopped. I don't know. It's a disaster. And I don't like that happening because I think it's bad for the presidency that a thing like that should happen. He's got a library that's a disaster. And he wanted to be very politically correct, and he didn't use good, hard, tough, mean construction workers that I love, Marco. I love those construction workers.
He loves them so much that he doesn't pay them.
He didn't want construction workers.
Obama owns Chicago, of course.
I am trying to buy your vote. He wanted people that never did it before, and he's got a disaster in his hands. Like millions of dollars, really many millions of dollars over budget. And I would love to help him.
Why is he complaining about a library that I presume the state or federal government is building? This is wacky nonsense.
Or somebody else. I could recommend professionals, but it was not built in a professional manner. By the way, nor was in California a little train going from San Francisco to Los Angeles that's being run by Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. Did you ever hear of Gavin Newsom? He has got, that train is...
I'm so embarrassed. Like, as an American, I'm embarrassed. This guy is like gonna be like an indelible stain on the history of America. Like, people are gonna read about him in history books, and they're gonna feel shame that we existed in this current time. And like, I feel so bad.
The worst cost overrun I've ever seen. It's like...
Yeah, Mark Carney is sitting right next to him, though you wouldn't guess it because he hasn't been able to talk for like 15 minutes.
Totally out of control. So then they said, all right, we won't go into San Francisco. We'll stop 25 miles short. And we won't go into Los Angeles. We'll stop 25 miles short. It's hundreds of billions of dollars for this stupid project that should have never been built. And then they realized that it would have been a lot less costly if we just gave limousine service back and forth and gave it free. They would have saved hundreds of billions of dollars.
The entire point is that you build the train, and then a lot more people can take the train than can ride in individual limousines. And that over time, that infrastructure that is more durable and dependable will pay off by transporting people where they need to go without them needing to drive in an individual car, each one of them. It's not difficult to wrap your head around why that would be a good idea.
They have airplanes that go there for one 1/100th the cost. And they have cars. They have a thing called a highway that goes back and forth that's not fully utilized. And they...
Yeah, but I'm just throwing this out there. You're talking about things that already have the infrastructure built, right? Like, the infrastructure for aircraft is already built, and it was astronomically expensive. The infrastructure for the federal highway system is already built, and it was one of the biggest mega projects in human history. So, like, when we're talking about this, like, You're like, oh, yeah, look, it's taken them so long to build it. Yeah, it takes a long time to fucking build dependable infrastructure.
He got involved with this project, and Gavin, I always like
his vocabulary is so limited. It is that is a fascist hallmark. It's the 14th point of Umberto Eco's fascism, and it's the point about newspeak, a kind of simplified and truncated way and manner of speaking that gets popularized amongst the fascist in-group. And Donald Trump has been like, I don't know, hard at work over the last decade, shaving down his vocabulary until it's practically grunts. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 super chat. The reason the California train is taking so long? Yeah, I mean, like, there are a lot of reasons the building of the train is taking so long. One being, like, the land rights of, like, various people along the proposed track. But also just, like, people in America aren't great at building trains yet. We need a lot more experience doing it. We need a lot more trains. Fascism is required reading. I agree, Iron Feathers, which is why I didn't think enough people would actually go read it. And I made a video on my YouTube channel of me reading the entire thing and talking about the Trump administration. So you guys can check that out. It's on my YouTube channel. You can just like search fascism on there and find it. And I'm proud of that video. It's a whiskey night. Let's get goofy. We need a lot more subs and donos if I'm going to have a whiskey night.
Gavin. I had a good relationship with him. I just got him a lot of water. I sent in people to open up that water because he refused to do it. And we just got him a lot of water. If they would have had that water, and if they would have done what I said to do, they wouldn't have had the fires in Los Angeles. Those fires would.
The water you had them release never made it to Los Angeles. It did exactly jack and shit, and it wasted a water supply desperately needed from a place that is currently going through a drought.
Would have been put out very quickly. But if you think about it, and you got to take a look at this, it's the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. I've watched a lot of stupid people build a lot of stupid things, but that's the worst cost overrun I've ever seen. What's happening between San Francisco and Los Angeles. And you ought to ask about that because this government is not going to pay. I told our very great new Secretary of Transportation, he's doing a good job, Sean Duffy, I said, we're not going to pay for that thing. They are just, it's out of control. This is something that you don't have things like this. It's not even conceivable. Like 30 times over budget, 30 times. It's the craziest thing and now it's hundreds of, it was supposed to be a simple train. And I think the media should take a look at it. And I'd love him to run for president on the other side. I'd love to see that. But I don't think he's going to be running because that one project alone.
Also, can we just like, just real quick, if we actually invested into an apparatus, here's my hot take. Okay, let's just take a look real quick at something here. Yeah. Okay. So Donald Trump is pledging a $500 billion investment into AI, an unproven and unprofitable technology with nebulous potential benefits that personally I don't believe will manifest. However, $500 billion could build some really kick-ass rail across this country, And like, we should do that. We should use some of the power we have to actually go through and like build a comparable system to the interstate highway system, but like an interstate railway system. We should have that. We should have actual good rail that is fast, efficient, and cheap. It is not impossible to achieve. We can build trains that can go all like very, very fast. Like, how fast do bullet trains go these days? Yeah, how fast do maglev trains go? They go 268 miles per hour. And some of them have gotten up to 375 miles per hour. We can literally build reliable infrastructure that doesn't need, to like attach rockets to a plane and burn jet fuel. We don't need to do that. We can just build trains. I like trains a lot. We're going to spend $500 billion on AI, an unproven thing that no one really needs, versus $500 billion on like infrastructure projects that literally everyone needs. We need to rail America. Very true, Van Briggs. Very true. Just real quick. God. They make so many cool trains in Japan. Sorry, I'm not falling down this rabbit hole. We're getting back to this.
Well, that and the fires and a lot of other things pretty much put him out of the race.
Mr. President, what changes would you like to see to the USMCA? Or what changes would you like to see?
We're going to work on some subtle changes.
Donald Trump literally doesn't know what is in the USMCA. He has no idea. That's why he's not saying anything specific.
Maybe. I don't even know if we're going to be dealing with USMCA. We're dealing more with concepts right now. Look, right now, we're doing trade. We have trade. They're paying a tariff on cars and steel and aluminum. And I think we have a baseline of 10% or something like that for the tariffs. But we're getting along very well. Right now, going no further, but we have an agreement. We did something with even parts. You want to discuss that, Howard, with respect to Canada, which helps Canada out?
Sure. So we've made an arrangement with the car companies that 15% of their USMCA parts are included, and then 15% of foreign parts from the manufactured suggested retail price are not tariffed to help domestic manufacturing really thrive.
So it gave them a chance to be able to build their car parts factories if they're going to. A lot of these companies already have factories, and what they have to do is just fill them out. But they're able to build them in the United States, so we gave them a pretty substantial period of time. I think.
Okay, I know it's completely immaterial to anything they're talking about, but do you think these gold filigree things that Donald Trump put everywhere, do you think they're actual gold, or do you think that like they're the kind of gold doodad you could get at like Home Goods? Like, do you guys think these are real, or did they get like some solid spray paint? Gold leaf at best, yeah.
So, Mr. President, is there anything the Prime Minister can say to you today to change your mind on tariffing Canada?
Tariffing cars?
Tariffing Canada.
There's been talk of these in craft circles. I'm so glad to hear that. That's hilarious.
Is there anything he could say to you in the course of your meetings with him today that would get you to lift tariffs on Canada?
No.
Why not?
Just the way it is.
See, like, this isn't the brilliant maneuver. He's just like, I want the tariffs. That's just the way it is. Sorry.
Yeah. If Canadians don't want it, would you respect that?
Sure I would. But this is not necessarily a one-day deal. This is over a period of time they have to make that decision. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may. Well, respectfully.
Oh man, the first time he's been able to talk in 18 minutes. Sorry, you're blue. Thank you for the $2 super chat.
Canadians' view on this is not going to change on the 51st state. Secondly, we are the largest client of the United States in in the totality, all the goods. So we are the largest client of the United States. We have a tremendous auto sector between the two of us, and the changes that made have been helpful. 50% of a car that comes from Canada is American. That's not like anywhere else in the world. And to your question about is there one thing? No, this is a bigger discussion. There are much bigger forces involved, and this will take some time and some discussions, and that's why we're here, to have those discussions, and that is represented by who's sitting around the table.
See, the conflict is, and this is very friendly. We're not. This is not going to be like we had another little blow up with somebody else. That was a much different. This is a very friendly conversation, but we want to make our own cars. We don't really want cars from Canada, and
we don't make all of our own cars though. Like, we make some cars here, but like a lot of our cars are made in Mexico and Canada. Like, what are you talking about?
we put tariffs on cars from Canada, and at a certain point, it won't make economic sense for Canada to build those cars. And we don't want steel from Canada.
What do you mean? They can just sell them to other countries, ding dong.
We're making our own steel, and we're having massive steel plants being built right now as we speak. We really don't want Canadian steel, and we don't want Canadian aluminum and various other things.
Do you not want the Canadian potash? I wonder how the agricultural sector would do if Canada shut off potash exports to the United States. Just a thought. You know, like just a bargaining chip that's currently on the table when it comes to economic deals between these two countries. Just a thought.
Because we want to be able to do it ourselves, and
there are zero new steel mills. There's like no additional investment happening. No companies are investing into more like extractive technologies going on right now. At the very least, if there are mills being built, it's because they were already planned to be built like 5 years ago, you know?
Because of, past thinking of people, we have a tremendous deficit with Canada. In other words, they have a surplus with us. And there's no reason for us to be subsidizing Canada. Canada's a place that will have to be able...
This is all very friendly, though. This is all very friendly. But your country sucks, and you should feel bad about it. Very friendly, though.
...to take care of itself economically. I assume they can. I will tell you that Trudeau, when I spoke to him, I used to call him Governor Trudeau. I think that probably did.
I love that, like, Donald Trump is like, you have to be able to take care of yourselves economically. And then, like, but you're the one putting tariffs on every country on earth. Like, we're the ones who are going to have to try and take care of ourselves economically, not everywhere else. Like, people can do business with each other outside the United States just fine. They're all going to figure it out. We're going to be fucked.
Didn't help his election, but when I spoke to him, I said, so why are we taking your cars? Why are we taking we want to make them ourselves. I mean, I said, and if the price of your cars went up...
But we want to make them ourselves. We're not building more car factories here, bud. Like... All right.
Or if we put a tariff on your cars of 25%, what would that mean to you? He said that would mean the end of Canada. He actually said that to me. And I said, that's a strange answer, but I understand his answer. But no, I mean...
Very, very similarly to if Canada cut off potash exports to the United States, it would basically be the implosion of the United States. Like, I can't stress enough that, like, hey, do you guys like being able to grow food in America? That is entirely dependent on Canada sending us their potash. That is like entirely dependent on them being willing to do that. And if they cut off those exports, they need the money from those exports a lot less than we need the potash. Okay?
It's hard to just.
It would basically mean we can't fertilize any of our fields, and our yields would basically collapse.
Justify subsidizing Canada to the tune of maybe $200 billion.
Well, maybe you don't need a turkey on Thanksgiving, okay? What if you had a nice Thanksgiving rutabaga? Wouldn't that be nice? Like or you know what we need to do, folks? Folks, there's a new Christmas tradition, and it's called foraging in the woods. All right, forage in the woods. Did you know you can make dandelion wine? Did you know you can do that? I bet you could find some blueberries, like a handful. That's enough for you to live on. Just when you're out there foraging, just use our new AI we invested in, folks. When you use the AI, it will help you identify what is safe to eat. Isn't that right, folks?
A year. We protect
millions of Trump supporters die as they eat poison mushrooms.
Canada militarily, and we always will. We're going to, that's not a money thing. But we always will. But, it's not fair. But why are we subsidizing Canada $200 billion a year, or whatever the number might be? It's a very substantial number. And it's hard for the American taxpayer to say, gee whiz, we love doing that. Thank you very much. We're going to have a very substantial. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was a journey. That was an absolute. I mean, that was a real shit show, God. Also, just in case you guys are like, well, maybe the potash thing isn't that big of a deal. The Trump administration is actually panicking about it. Specifically, the Detroit Free Press here reported on it. Trump administration fast tracks Michigan potash mine. What is potash? And basically, they're just trying to give all of the green lights with none of the oversight or regulatory oversight that would traditionally go over mining projects in order to try and create manufacturing in the United States to replace Canada's potash imports or exports, which they're not gonna guys. It takes a long time to build a mine. I don't know. I don't know if you guys know that it actually takes a long time to make something like this. No way this could end badly. Exactly. Does Michigan even have potash? There are a few deposits, yeah. But Canada has huge deposits of potash. It's crazy. But yeah, Donald Trump is insane. He's insane. His brain is mushifying. And I feel like I made that readily apparent throughout this entire. Can you even call it a talk with Mark Carney when Mark Carney barely got time to speak? God.
Trump has had, and continues to have, a problem with minors.
You know, that's why I got on the Epstein plane, okay? That's why I was such good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, but then I found out it wasn't the right kind of miners. I thought he was really into the mining equipment that I had always had a passion for, but then it turned out that was not the case. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and for injecting some much needed BWA to the end of this segment. We're done. I need to hit the segment button. Sometimes I also need to end segments with a button press, okay? Not just you guys. You know, we all need to click the button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. And folks, remember, drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. We've been going for 4.5 hours, and you guys make this stream possible. I could not do it without viewers like you. Thank you. Butt clicked, Captain. Thank you, Charlie Jinmir. All right, folks. God. All right, let's talk about this real quick. Important stuff. So, folks, this is pretty important, actually. Tomorrow, or by the time you're going to be watching this today, if you are in Florida and you're able to get to Tallahassee, there is going to be an event at the Leon County Courthouse, okay? And that event is basically a large protest to show support for Marcy, and I'm probably going to screw up her last name. Apologies, Marcy. Reintgen, okay? And Marcy is the trans woman who challenged the Florida state law that made it a crime, a criminal offense for trans women to use the women's restroom. So that is a big deal. She is, in fact, being prosecuted by the Florida government. And tomorrow is her court date, or rather, today is her court date. The event goes from 9 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, outside of the courthouse. Yeah, it's a big deal. Okay, she challenged she challenged an unjust law with one of the oldest acts of resistance and most effective methods of resistance we have, civil disobedience. And it's scary. There's going to be a large police presence at the courthouse. There may be counter protesters. Folks need to turn up to support her, okay? And I hope that if any of you are able to, that you will attend this protest. It's really, really important.
yeah, there's parking available on site. And here is a link. I'm going to just copy paste it into all of the chats. And please share this with anyone of your friends, family, coworkers, etc., who may be in Florida, to get as many people to show up to this event as possible. I know it's short notice, but I do think it's important. Can we get some of that? Can we get some people organizing for trans rights here, folks? It's real important to me. Yes. Cool. Thank you, Alan Smith. Will the hearings be televised? Probably not. I will forward this to my Florida buddies. I really appreciate that, Iron Feathers. The more folks who can do that, the better. All right? Share it in all of your social circles, far and wide. We need to get as many people as possible to be there to support Marcy. Yes, she was arrested for washing her hands in the women's room. Yes. For using the women's restroom. Yeah, there's a lot of courage and bravery there. A lot of respect for that. I have a friend in Miami. Is that close to Tallahassee? I have no idea the distance between different places in Florida, sadly. I hope the case is dismissed with prejudice. Me too. I hope, if it's not, that it leads to the overturning of the law. Yes, you can absolutely share links to Surus's videos. I know he put up a couple different videos today about it. It's not close, like 10 hours? Damn. Will the jury nullify? Probably. I don't fucking know. I don't know. This is less about what will happen in the case and more about how you guys can support Marcy. But it's really, really important, and I know it's last minute. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't know when the court date would be until a couple days ago, and I was trying to get Marcy on the show, and that didn't quite pan out. I know she's really overwhelmed and busy this week, obviously, but hopefully we can make it happen soon. Is she facing jail time? Yeah, I mean, like, that Florida law is particularly gnarly. I want to look at the full ramifications of the law. Makes it criminal trespass to refuse to leave a restroom or changing facility that does not align with an individual's sex assigned at birth. Let's see. Let's take a look at the Senate bill. All right.
I'm trying to look at like what the actual consequences are. Okay. In Florida, trespass is either a first or second degree misdemeanor, depending on whether or not someone else is present at the time of the incident. Considering the nature of the Safety and Private Spaces Act, though, it's likely that most cases would receive a first degree misdemeanor charge, which carries a prison term of up to 1 year or a $1,000 fine. People who violate the act and who are employed at various public institutions, including prisons, schools, and colleges, and state government, could face professional discipline but would not be charged with criminal trespass. So, could get a year in prison. Yep. Yeah, you can't be alive and a saint, Superjet guy. Yeah, I imagine since she is the first person to be prosecuted under this law, that, especially given Florida's context, they're going to try and throw the book at her. And hopefully, best case scenario, the law gets overturned by the courts. But worst case scenario is a significant amount of prison time. Yeah, she wanted to talk to me as well. She reached out, but I did not see the message until a couple days ago because my personal life is very busy, along with the amount of work I put into these streams. So I just did not see it soon enough. Ugh. Hey, Kitsune Cavalier. So that's kind of where we're at there. Also, let's see. How we doing? I want to get through a couple more segments, I think. But I do have to use the bathroom, so I'm going to go do that. When I get back, we will talk about we'll talk about Rwanda, Libya, and El Salvador, huh? All right. We'll actually do what's in the title of stream. How about that? How about that? We're at least gonna do that one. Maybe we won't get to my AI rant today, but we're gonna fucking get to it tomorrow. That's for sure. Hydrate. I'm out of water. I'll get more water while I'm up. BRB, folks.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. of the stream where the currents flow. There's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yawn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. In chat, the waves crash loud as Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yawn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, lead the way. Riverboat Jack, leading the way. EWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage, she sets sail. Riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yawn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack, leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail away.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. I'm back. How we all doing? How we living? How we doing? All right. Take a couple of seconds here. Okay. All right. Let's talk about this, folks. Can we have a link to Catchfucker? Maybe, but like not today. Wait, why did I just get signed out? Fuck. There we go. Weird. Okay. Let's at least talk about one of these issues. Maybe, but not today. Yeah, because I'm focused on doing this other thing. And it's really late. I'm really sleepy. All right. When does your anime release? No idea. It'd be cool if it ever releases. Whew. This has been one of those streams that just really takes it out of me because we've been going really hard. All right, here we go. One last segment. So, folks, there is a pretty serious thing happening here in America, which is that Donald Trump is trying to get rid of undocumented immigrants as much as humanly possible, and in a lot of cases, as much as inhumanely possible. Before we get too into that, remember to like, comment, and subscribe because it really helps out the channel. Please do the things. You know the drill. Hit all the doobly-doos. That being said, let's take a look at some of the things that have been going on, right? So, a couple days ago, the Trump administration started trying to circulate through the Department of Homeland Security that if undocumented immigrants deport themselves, they will be given $1,000 and a free plane ticket home. And I cannot stress enough how much you should not take that deal. You should not, under any circumstances, take that deal. Number one, because there's literally no reason to trust the US government, right? There is no reason to trust them to uphold that. And basically every single immigration lawyer I have seen talk about this is basically saying you should not do this. Not the least because if you do accept the deal, any of your pending immigration court dates, any of your pending immigration actions basically get nuked. Okay. You're like, if you're in any kind of like pending immigration action, it's almost certainly going to fail, because it doesn't matter if like, oh, you were supposed to be there, but now you're out of the country through a government program. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. And like, even if it's legit, it's flat out disgusting. Yeah, but like, it is a trap, right? And I want to emphasize this. It is a trap that will bar you from being able to enter the country legally for 10 years. For a lot of folks, because keep in mind, for a lot of folks, the targets of this particular offer are people who are in pending action to become, legal, like people here on asylum claims, or people here for, waiting for their green card or something. And they might be like, well, if I wait for my green card in my home country, like, maybe I'll be able to, like, I get $1,000 a plane ticket. That sounds pretty good. You get barred from the country for 10 years until you can even try to enter legally again. Okay? It is, and they're not leading with that information. They're not telling people with that offer that is what will happen, right? But that's what they're saying, right? And to clarify, this is not like, oh, we're gonna deport you to Libya, Rwanda, or El Salvador for $1,000. No. This is an offer back to their home countries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Basically, if you are at all considering this, despite the warnings, please consult with a lawyer. Please consult with an immigration lawyer. It's very important that you do, because there is almost no one that I have seen in the legal profession saying this is a good idea, except people in the Trump administration. So that's something to keep in mind. Additionally, we now have some updates on Mahmoud Khalil. And the prison he is in Jannah. So, for those of you who need some refreshers, Mahmoud Khalil was basically disappeared by ICE, and for the last, I don't even know how long, like the last month and a half,
We haven't really known what his status is other than he's in ICE custody in various different locations around the United States. He's been getting moved around, shuffled around by ICE, you know? But some of the updates we have on Mahmoud Khalil is that he has been able to see his child for the first time via 9 photos printed at Walmart. He has not been allowed to actually hold his child or see his child in person. He has lost 15 to 20 pounds because the food that is being made in the Jena prison is practically inedible. The dorms sleep 70 in 35 bunks in every room. The lights are on 24/7. It is kept cold in the facility. And the only reason things have improved is because members of Congress have started visiting the facility. I'm just going to quote here from the article. Things have improved slightly of late. A congressional delegation had recently traveled to the facility. So too had a group of committee staffers. In advance of that national attention, said multiple people familiar with the operation, the facility had brought in a cleaning crew, replaced numerous windows, and repainted. The center even staged a sanitation contest among inmates. Whoever did the best job of cleaning was to be rewarded with a pizza party. And the Jena facility is run by Geo Group, a private prison corporation. It is a for-profit prison that is being used to hold Mahmoud Khalil. Okay? They are profiting off of his imprisonment, his unjust, unprovoked abduction. As far as I'm concerned, every single CEO for a private prison corporation, when all of this is done and dusted, should go to prison, ironically. These people, in my mind, are committing horrendous crimes. Geo strongly disagrees with the allegations that have been made regarding the services we provide, a company spokesperson said in a statement. These allegations are part of a long-standing, politically motivated and radical campaign to abolish ICE and end federal immigration detention by attacking the federal government's immigration facility contractors. Was their official statement on that. Their official statement on holding people abducted by the government. Disgusting. The Jena facility, by the way, is in Louisiana, in case anyone's curious about that. We do have an additional update that is quite interesting related to another private, well, I guess it's not really a private prison company. However, it is a private airline company called Global X. And it has become the official airline of Donald Trump's deportations. An article dropped over on 404 a few days ago. Global X, airline for Trump's deportations, hacked. Hackers say they've obtained what they say are passenger lists for Global X flights from January to this month. The data appears to include people who have been deported. And what's really fucking interesting about this is that data would then contain the full passenger lists of everyone who got deported. There would be actual transparency if that information got leaked, okay? If the hackers put that out there. This would be a way of showing, for example, that the US government lied under oath about what they knew and how they knew it. If this information leaked, it could basically supercharge any kind of contempt proceedings against the US government and the Justice Department in particular.
because if Global X has this information, the US government definitely has that information. So that is really, really, really interesting. And this was a hack done by Anonymous, and the hacker group put out this statement. Anonymous has decided to enforce the judge's order since you and your sycophant staff ignore lawful orders that go against your fascist plans. A defacement message posted to Global X's website reads, "Ballsy as hell to post it just on the website." Excellent stuff. So yeah, the hackers say the data includes flight records and passenger lists. The hacker sent 404 Media a copy of the data, which is sorted into folders dated every day from January 19th through May 1st. So interestingly, 404 Media may very well now be in possession of information that could incriminate members of the Trump administration. And that is really interesting. That possibility makes me pretty excited. I hope that, I of course would never condone releasing stolen information like this, but, I hope if it somehow accidentally does get released, that it's used for a noble cause, of course. I don't think it is, I don't think Global X is associated with Elon Musk. Yeah. The article goes on to say, for example, the hackers obtained what appears to be detailed flight information about Global X flights 6143, 6145, and 6122 that left from Harlingen, Texas's Valley International Airport on March 15th. These flights are at the center of a class action lawsuit filed by 5 pseudonymous? Yeah, there we go. Nailed it. Venezuelan men against the Trump administration, which eventually went to the Supreme Court and which took off during and immediately following a court proceeding in which their lawyers were trying to get a restraining order to prevent the flights from taking off. Now, this is really important about... I don't think it's a jab at Elon. Global X is an evil company. But also other people were asking that same question. It wasn't necessarily directed at you. Now, the interesting thing here is that because they have the manifest of flight 6122, which I believe is the flight that left after the court proceedings, the US government has been claiming, and they invoked the State Secrets Act in order to, obfuscate this claim, that everyone on that flight was not detained under the Alien Enemies Act, and that they were just being deported, This would effectively be... this would effectively be, it would get a lot of people in really big trouble because basically everyone, the lawyers involved in this case, like the people who testified, the people who signed different affidavits, would be shown to have lied under oath to the court. Okay? This, basically, Red Kayaks, the government can invoke basically it's super secret, it's so secret I can't tell you about it thing in court. However, if you invoked that while saying we can't tell you because it's so secret, we can't tell you the information, and then the information is that we violated a court order, that is actually extraordinarily bad for you legally. Not a lawyer, but that's my interpretation. It doesn't do you any favors to the judge, and the judge
is almost certainly going to immediately escalate that. Okay? I like it's not just perjury, but it would I think it would also count as like an illegal invocation of the State Secrets Act. So these people might be cooked. This was done under Anonymous's Operation Dreadnought, and yeah, it's very, very, very interesting. So that's kind of where those things are at the moment. But then we have a couple really disturbing developments that have come out over the last several days, right? The first one is from 3 days ago, right? And this is this New York Times piece titled "Rwanda in Early Talks with U.S. to Take Expelled Migrants." Basically, the Trump administration, what they're trying to do here, to kind of summarize, they are trying to create third country deportation hubs, right? The idea here being that instead of chartering flights to a bunch of different places, they'll just charter flights to a handful of countries kind of in the area of the place these people are from, right? So far, Rwanda is one, El Salvador is another, and the third is Libya. And that's a story that dropped yesterday, right? Trump administration plans to deport migrants to Libya. And the way I interpret this, right, is that a couple of different things can happen here, right? Which is that the deportation is just that, like, bringing people from here, just dropping them off, going, good luck, and letting them go in just like a foreign country where they can't communicate with anyone or really fend for themselves. It is ripe for exploitation there, right? The worst possibility that is potentially on the table is effectively recreating the El Salvadoran or the Salvadoran model in each one of these countries. Libya having a private prison of some kind built there. Rwanda having a private facility built there. There have also been some talks about a similar situation with Mongolia. And yeah. These are really, really bad potential outcomes for sure. So just to have one point of clarification on some aspects of this story, it is unclear in some of these cases whether or not talks are actually happening or if the Trump administration is just saying shit. Because part of the reporting on this from NPR, right? Libyan officials for both of the factions controlling separate areas of the divided country denied they were in talks with the US. The official was not authorized to speak publicly about the plans, but the news comes days after reports that Trump was eyeing the North African nation, as well as other African nations, including Benin, Angola, and Eswatini, as places to send deportees. And, like, none of that makes any sense unless you are going to build, like, some kind of facility there to force them into labor. Or basically, you know, drop them off, say good luck, and then the countries there, you know, nab them up to force them into labor. It's very, very scary. However, one good thing is that yesterday a federal judge issued an emergency ruling preventing people from being deported to Libya. Because the thing that was happening with Libya, as opposed to with Rwanda, where like preliminary talks seemed to be ongoing, there was allegedly a flight that was potentially going to take off on Wednesday. And the federal judge on Wednesday ruled that deporting non-citizens to Libya without due process would violate his court order that already is in place to block such action. So this is under Judge Brian Murphy. And basically it blocking any removals to Libya or Saudi Arabia, because apparently Saudi Arabia was another potential deportation spot. One has to wonder, why not just deport them to the country they're from? But the Trump administration is dead set on this third country idea. Again, I can only imagine for the worst possible reasons. Isn't Libya the slave trade place right now? Yeah, it's not great. It's not great at all. Basically every country that Donald Trump has reached out to deport people to has a track record of slave labor, has a track record of like torture camps and prisons. And like the conclusion that I am coming to here is that effectively what they're trying to do, and this is why I think that the worst option might be what they're trying to do, is that they are trying to basically create slave camps where they provide the labor, and either the government of the country that these people are being deported to, or some private company comes in, builds the camp, and then runs it and profits off the labor. That's my guess, because otherwise I just don't understand why would you deport them to a country that they're not from? Like the childlike logic that they give for this decision doesn't make any sense whatsoever, which is that, oh, we want to deport them so far away that they can never come back. And that's like how a child thinks. And it's not actually effective. You know? Yeah. I just apparently Kristi Noem has also signed agreements with Colombia as well, in order for Colombia to potentially be another third country. And again, the Trump administration is trying to paint these people as disgusting scum of the earth, like rapist, murderers, thieves, like the worst human beings you could possibly imagine. You know, they kick puppies and behead children, and like there's literally no evidence of any of that for the vast majority of these people. The vast majority of these people are just folks that they picked up like because they looked Hispanic enough. You know, like the vast majority of these people are just like folks who were walking around and like may have like been pulled over for speeding one time. And Marco Rubio is going out there saying, and this is a direct quote, working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings, and further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the borders. That's what our Secretary of State is saying, you know? And I don't believe that reasoning. I think that what they're doing is trying to effectively create slave camps of some kind. That's my speculation, because the rest of the facts literally don't make sense to me unless that's the case.
It's literally what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Who said that? Marco Rubio. Rwanda in the past has offered to house migrants from other countries while God, it's also fucked up. It's also fucked up. But like basically they want to create like temporary work camps or in maybe a slightly less worst case scenario. Like we'll put you to work while you live here to pay for your room and board type situation. But like nah, this is it's slave stuff. I just I don't know how to I know that sounds blasé, but like I find it hard to view it as anything other than like an attempt to reintroduce slavery into the American process. Yeah, it's never temporary, for sure. And like, I don't know. Looking into like some of these deals, it's just... Also, just worth noting here, one last update about some of this. And this is particularly troubling. This is from last month, but I did not hear about this story. And this comes courtesy of Marissa Kabas, who's been doing some excellent reporting over at the Handbasket. We've already deported someone to Rwanda. That's already happened. A State Department cable indicates at least 10 more people will be subjected to the same. So, like, we've already done it to one person when it comes to Rwanda. The target of this was a man named... Excerpts from the cable refer to the Iraqi national as Amen, except in one place where he's called Amin. Earlier court documents and media refer to him as Amin, so that's what I'll be using. Yeah, we don't know his full name. Oh wait, no, we do. We do. Embassy Kigali convened an after-action exercise that confirmed the U.S. interagency effectively supported a capable Rwandan government to relocate detained Iraqi national Mr. Omar Abdul Sattar Amin, who could not be removed to Iraq pursuant to U.S. immigration proceedings. This successful relocation and Rwanda's subsequent agreement to accept additional third country nationals proved the concept for developing a new removal program to relocate third country nationals from the United States to Rwanda. So basically, we weren't supposed to be able to remove him. He was supposed to be here. They're calling it a relocation in order to get around the courts having already accepted him here. Fuck. Bring him home. Bring all these people home. The cable references a wish list of policy concessions provided by Rwanda and a request for a one-time payment of $100,000 to support social services, residency documents, and work permits. A related note sent out today and reviewed by the Handbasket confirms the payment was made, but makes no further references to the wish list. It's insane that this isn't the bigger story. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Trump administration is kidnapping and disappearing people who are here in this country illegally. If you are an Iraqi refugee and you are here in the United States, you've been granted refugee status. That means you are in the country legally. Full stop. Full stop. They are trying to get around immigration law by simply saying, oh, well, I guess we won't deport you to your home country. We're just going to send you someplace else. It's not a deportation, it's a relocation. Haha. See that clever trick I pulled? These fucking assholes. These monsters. So that's where we're at with deportations. It's scary. And it does feel sometimes like we're living in hell. But this is why we need to keep mobilizing. This is why we need to keep fighting. This is why you need to keep going to your Tesla takedown protests. This is why you need to keep going to your No Kings protests. Remember the next day of mass mobilization in every single state. Wherever you are, there are events. And if there's not an event, you can make one. Okay? Remember that that is something that is happening all across America. You can go to nokings.org and find out more. You can go and make an event. You can go. There are so many more events on this page than there were the first time we looked at it. But you can make an event. You can make this happen. And the day for this protest is going to be June 14th. So mark it on your goddamn calendar because we need to turn out and we need to fight these fucking bastards until we bring all of these people home that we have unjustly destroyed their lives. We cannot tolerate a government that will simply kidnap and abduct people off the streets. So, I'm going to link this in chat. I want all of you to figure out a way you can go to this. And if you can't, for whatever reason, you need to make sure as many of your friends and family and coworkers go as possible. Okay? That's your job. That is your job for the next month and some change. To get people to go to this. That is your homework. That is the way you can fight back. That's the next big mobilization. The last one really shook up a lot of things that are happening right now in this country. This one should shake up even more, as long as we do our parts and we get more people to go. So that's what I'm doing right now. That's what I want all of you to do as well. Okay? You with me? You gonna do it? I want to see you guys say, yes, I'll do it, Jack. Like, yes, ma'am. Like, I want to see you guys say yes. My girl who's in a wheelchair might be coming. Hell yeah. Join your local Dems. Fuck yeah. Sweet Blasphemy. Yes. Mr. Malachite. Yes. Molly Millions. Hell yes. Alan Smith. Good. Forlorn 79. Excellent. Nomi Sunrider, Greaves Underground, One-Eyed Heathen, Your Name Here, Kitsune Cavalier. Thank you. Tired and Trans, let's go. Help me chase the feckless people out of the party. You can also join your local Dems and bother them to go as well. It's really easy to bother them. It's really easy to show up to the goddamn meetings, and let's kick the cowards out of the party too while we're at it, huh? So, let's make it happen, folks. You're speaking in front of several hundred members of Indivisible tomorrow? Hell yeah, Dragonfly, that's cool as shit. You're awesome. But folks, we've now been going for 5.5 hours. If you have been getting anything out of today's show, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats. Because, folks, it's really hard to put these shows together every day.
I spend so much time prepping the show. It takes a lot out of me, and I'm absolutely exhausted. Do a show every day that's twice as long as the Majority Report. I'll be wearing pride colors, repping the community. Fuck yeah, Dragonfly. I need a shofar horn, but I don't know. I have other sounds. Like the Majority Report doesn't have this.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
See, like that's my shofar. Oh God. But it shows because your video and sound quality is always top notch. Thank you. Hassan does 8 hours. I don't know how y'all do it. Hassan also like has like a cool guy attitude, and I don't have that. I feel a need to constantly be on the move. He's a lot more comfortable with like downtime and silence than I am, I feel like. Was that Alex Jones? It was indeed Alex Jones. Whew. All right, folks. I'm beat. I gotta be done. I wanted to cover so many more things, but this is we maxed out my thing doing. We got like 8 segments done today. And also I ran like 5 miles. I'm exhausted. Comrade Blue Eyes Ginger Unicorn. Wait, does the Majority Report now have like username, like handle lore? I hope so, Dragonfly. Sometimes I feel like I'm screaming into the void, but I know you guys are out there. Are we rating anybody? Yeah. Let's see here. I need to play more video games on stream, I think. And well, Raiden Carbon says he's probably debating a conservative of some kind. Good night, you lovely beans. I will see you on another time.
Well, I ain't much surprised that the Nazis surmised with great admiration for the American nation that those southern boys making all kinds of noise knew how to create a white supremacist state. Now there's a man in an office in the US of A trying to harken us back to the good old days when the white man was free to make his racist decrees and trample the rights of anyone that he likes. Now there's a man in a prison without any sentence down in El Salvador on a cold cell block floor. Quemado Bregor Garcia had known the fiery aim. He was a family man without a crime to his name. So I say free the man and all of the rest who were taken at night and under duress by the red hat Gestapo and the pumpkinhead king. We won't stay quiet, now we're gonna yell and sing. We know what comes next, we've read historical texts. We know the hate in their hearts, and that it ain't but the start. We can't sit idly by as they hasten to try and get away with the crimes against all sane human minds. With a hammer and a song we must hasten along, a strong resistance to boot, or talk of freedom is moot. Like an unbreakable shield, not a person will yield to any fascist threat without fear or regret. Now we set free the man, and all of the rest who were taken and not end under duress by the red hat Gestapo and the pumpkinhead king. We won't stay quiet, now we're gonna yell and sing. Now we set free the man, and all of the rest who were taken and not end under duress by the red hat Gestapo and the pumpkinhead king. We won't stay quiet, now we're gonna yell and sing. Well, I ain't a righteous preacher or an erudite teacher. I'm just a man with a heart, no need for Sartre or Descartes. This ain't a test or debate, you either love or you hate. And if the latter be true, just know they're coming for you.